And in with the Well, greetings world and greetings Seven Spot Jim here. Boy, do we have a great show for you today. I can't even begin to imagine the thousands and thousands and thousands of people who've been made aware of the word low cost through this book. Build Your Own Sports Car for as little as 250 pounds and race it by Ron Champion. A few years back, Ron made the painful decision to sell. And in with the Well, greetings world and greetings Seven Spot Jim here. Boy, do we have a great show for you today. I can't even begin to imagine the thousands and thousands and thousands of people who've been made aware of the word low cost through this book. Build Your Own Sports Car for as little as 250 pounds and race it by Ron Champion. A few years back, Ron made the painful decision to sell low cost number one. And today's guest is the custodian of this iconic car. So this is going to be great. But before we get started, I'm going to implore you, please hit that like, hit that subscribe button. It really helps us spread the message. So without further ado, I'm going to bring in Matt Reed. Hello, Matt. How are you
Hello.
today?
I'm very well. Good morning, Jim. You well?
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock in the morning here in beautiful British Columbia, and you're in Gloucester somewhere. And it's
Indeed.
lovely summer weather where you are, 24 degrees as I understand it, and rainy here with 14 degrees is be our expectant high today. So let's have a sunny time, and the story of low cost number one has been truly well documented. And it's been passed into your hands. And I'm very, very keen, as I've always said, the best thing about our little cars is the stories that they help us tell.
Greetings, Gary,
So would you mind
and
just telling us
greetings,
how
Roger. Have
you,
yourself
the low
a
cost number one, came
great
into your hands?
Christmas.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And it's a pleasure to tell the story and kind of extend the story. I hope early days for us in the grand scheme of 30 years plus of low cost history. So yeah, my experience with 001 started from my daughter.
Wow.
So oddly enough, in the book, I think Ron's son James was about 15, and my daughter was a similar age.
Oh, really?
And she said, we were having the chat, as you do at that age. You got to think about
And
what you want to do in
greetings, John
life,
Biggs.
just a bit, so you can set your education.
Thanks for
And
watching,
she
and
said, I want to
have a
work in
great
Formula One.
Christmas.
Wow.
Well, great, fantastic. So what do you want to do? Do you want to be in PR, comms, logistics, or engineering? You're good, do your STEM subjects. I don't want to do STEM. But okay, so I realized the reality was she liked Formula One. I couldn't think of anything else for a career. So I got in contact with a good friend called Greg Smith.
Quick comment.
Greg
to
races
Cyril
in the UK
Smith.
low-cost series.
Hoping
I've known
you're
him since I
having
was
or have
a
had
lot smaller
happy
than I am today.
holidays. Jose Windle,
40
Merry
years
Christmas.
indeed.
Bruce G.
Greg's been running
Wilson
for 10
in New
years in the
Zealand.
series, and he
Have
got in
a
contact. Said, who helps you
wonderful
out for the racing with your
day.
low costs weekends? He said, well, me. It's me, the van, the tools, and we all club in if something happens. It's a great series. So I said, would you fancy a pit crew? And this is just in the end of some of the COVID lockdowns 2 years ago now. Do you fancy a pit crew? And Abby said, yeah, okay. So I said, well, if you want to be in Formula One, you can be a pit crew. There you go. So we drove to Donington Park in East Midlands of the UK. And we helped Greg and Abby pitted for him. I was the hand to Abby, and Abby checked the fuel, loaded the fuel, and just did everything, really. Got very hands-on. Greg was very good to her, very kind. And a couple of other drivers, including Keith Malpas, were fantastic. Welcomed her, made her feel part of the team. So she knew what it was to motor race at the most basic level, but at a level, which was fantastic. So,
well, let me jump into the bit of the story that I know of. In what state was low cost 001 in when it came into your possession?
So our timing very quickly evolved from being at the low cost series and just getting the bug for it. So we just joined some of the Facebook pages. We chatted on the way back about the romance of buying a car and running a car, building a car, but just joined in to soak up some information and think about what we could do. And then we saw Ron Champion's post on Facebook, where he shared the sad news that he was having to part with a car and was interested in people who would like to take it on. So he'd wheeled it out of the shed for the photos that are been circulated quite widely for the first time in 27 years.
27 years. Wow.
27 years. In the book, it was famously driven to Paris and a loop around the Arc de Triomphe, I think. But really, otherwise, it hadn't been on the road for it did a couple of years, and then the son James lost interest and outgrew the car. So yeah, it's been sat in his shed, and he ran the engine regularly, got it up to speed. It was still had to be hot wired by that stage, but the engine would run. But otherwise, most other things, certainly all of the chrome, a lot of the paintwork had expired.
And as I understand it, there was some wiring issues, and there were also some locked cylinders as well.
Yeah, there were certainly sort of brake cylinders, master cylinders had perished. So bearing in mind, this is a car made from salvage parts 30 years ago that then sat for 27 years after that. The 50 or 60 or indeterminate number of years that they'd existed for meant that they were, they weren't so good. But of course, rear axles, and Ron, was a mechanical engineer and trained students in engineering, and he built a good car. The rose jointing, the quality of the finish work is phenomenal. So the bodywork itself, the build itself, and a lot of the finish was fantastic. It just needed and continues to need some perfecting. It included wiring. So as you say, we just took a look at it, made an assessment about everything, and just pulled every cable out, took lots of photos, and stripped every cable out of it, just to think, let's start from the beginning again. So yeah, that's where we started the journey.
Wow. And where do we go from here? Can we start the journey, do you think?
Well, she starts. She starts off her own loom. We can go and have a look in a minute if you like.
Okay.
The journey for me really has been, I've tried to balance out limited possible modernization as I could do. Having said that, there are some practical steps because I'm not an engineer. My dad was, and I'm from a family of engineers, but my engineering
up and watching 7 Spot on Christmas Day. Thank you, and have a
many
wonderful
legacies have
day.
gone into getting the car ready,
All of you,
including my dad, who was 30 years as an aircraft engineer on Concorde. He's lent me his tools because I've got a hybrid of all sorts of measurements and sizes and dimensions on the car. So for us now, the final step really is the final preparation. So we have electrical testing, brake line finishing, windscreen to go on, and a few fittings to go, and she should be on the road. So hopefully I can share that with yourself and the forum soon, Jim.
Wonderful. Whenever you are ready, we are ready too. So I'll let you take the lead. In fact, but I should.
Sorry about the mic interference. That happened way back when. The mic has been replaced.
Brilliant. Let's do that. So I'll just walk you through to the garage. I think your mic's just playing up a bit there, Jim, by the way.
My mic
there you go.
Is phased out?
You're there now. You're all good.
Okay, good.
So I'll just swap the cameras around. Back on there.
Almost 7 a.m.
There we go.
So beautiful British Columbia.
In the garage. This is
and wishing you all a
side.
very
Normally she has accompaniment
happy holidays from Vancouver.
But here she is in her splendor.
Looking so wonderful. What can I say?
So I'll just pick out a couple of pieces maybe that are of interest. Things like the uprights were in chrome, but obviously chrome pitting over time didn't last so well. But the chrome light surrounds come up nicely. So I haven't done things, again,
are the original bowls?
They are everything, the original bowls. But what I've tried to do, again, in keeping with the spirit, is I've used local engineering companies. I've taken it another level maybe with using a company to actually satin finish them. And also the paint. I mean, very interesting story with the paint. I think if people had seen the pictures, a lot of the paint down the side of the car had peeled away.
Yes.
And that's because I think there was some primer used, but probably I think it's towards the end of the book production timeline. So I think Ron had run out of time. But I had a chat with Ron about the color green and said, you don't know, Ron, what color green it is by any chance? And he said with quite great certainty, I know exactly what it is. It's 2/3 of a tin of British Racing Green, British Leyland, and a third of a can of Ford Capri yellow.
Oh, okay.
So clearly I wasn't going to match that too well. But again, obviously modern technologies has meant we haven't been able to get a finish onto that. Interestingly, quite a few, and this just illustrates the limited use the cars had. Everything that's yellow has not been painted. So there are some phrasing pieces in small.
Oh, okay.
So clearly I wasn't going to match that too well, but again, obviously modern technologies has meant we haven't been able to get a finish onto that. Interestingly, quite a few, and this just illustrates the limited use the cars had. Everything that's yellow has not been painted. So there are some phrasing pieces in small amounts. Again, try to keep it original.
And that is wonderful, original patina.
So the seats are original. The steering wheel is original. They're the salvage items that came. The screen, we're just playing around with getting some new glass into that. These are the seats that are made up, I think, Morris Marina from the book. But the difference we made, and this is open because we're testing it, is there is a loom which Premier Wiring supplies. Did an amazing job.
Correct?
That's correct. And I've got to say, huge thank you. It's been so, and continues to be so helpful. So you can see we're into the electrical testing phases here. But otherwise, every gauge is the gauge that was there. I think I've swapped the dynamometer for for an standard alternator. Hence, we've made a couple of changes, one dial change, but everything else is there. I'm not sure they work brilliantly, but we'll give it a go. And I think, Jim, is one thing we were chatting about. The exhaust is a particularly fun experience of mine.
Yeah, you can explain. You can share that with us if you'd like to.
Yeah, so I think using the principle of a salvage car, or salvage parts to build a car, I've used Facebook Marketplace and chatting to people on forums, including your own, Jim, and we've had great success. This is a Caterham HPC exhaust, so arguably probably a little bit smart for this, but the one that was on there was a motorbike one and somewhat tired. So we negotiated this, and the gentleman who provided it very kindly on Facebook.
Welcome,
actually,
Graham Strachey, and thanks
I really
for
can't take any
watching.
money for it.
Happy holidays to you.
So we agreed a bottle of nice Beaujolais. So I think it cost me £7.99, but more importantly, it's been reused and reloved.
That's a fabulous story.
So
and it looks great.
It looks lovely. It's a bit meaty for a 1098cc A series engine, but it sounds great. So that's
I bet it does.
And if I just carefully work with one hand, I can show.
That's amazing. You can do that one-handed. So many of our guests have to put the camera down.
Well, I'm wobbling a bit as I turn it upside down to get it. So again, everything. This is the engine that was built with a car. We have obviously done some work to carburetors just to reset her. And this is one of the things I talk with the low-cost racers with. Things like nowadays, obviously, you put a small fuel pump in the back, but this is the fuel pump Ron fitted, and to be honest, it worked. So instead of taking this all out and dropping one into the tank and having the wiring there for the tank, we've kept it up front. It's not as optimal, but it's how it was built. So it's things like that we tried to keep. The engine is as it was. The main difference being that the biggest problem that Ron had with the car, and the reason it didn't get used as much as I understand from him, is that his son was.
Greetings, John Minions.
The car was designed for his son when he was 5'7".
How do we say it?
And it is not a wide car, clearly.
Yes.
Not dissimilar to the S3 dimensions, but hence we've gone to put a different pedal box in because it was running off a top assembly.
Okay.
Across here. So we have again blagged, borrowed, a kit car. It's an OBP set with remote cylinders, and we're just actually going through the final stages of fitting those in. And it's also had a water pump change. When we ran it, we found the water pump's a bit rattly, so hence the.
And happy holidays, Gabrielle.
But yeah, that's how she is, really.
It's an amazing piece of history, and thank you so much for being the custodian.
My pleasure. It's an honor. It really does feel like an honor. And my daughter, in keeping with it, my daughter, as much as she could, has been helping out with the build. And you know, this doesn't come with a build manual.
Happy
because
holidays,
every part was as
one
it
and
was.
all.
But genuinely on the shelf with the parts.
7 spotters worldwide.
With
thanks for sharing a bit of your holidays
we're
with
always
us.
going backwards and forwards with the wiring diagrams. So yeah, we're always involved and in keeping with that. So and I would say fair play to Ron. The car, I tried to work out what uprights the car has because obviously it was salvage parts.
Yeah.
I look in the book, Ford Cortina Mark IIIs, I think, from memory. And even little touches. The one thing I should have said, the tires. So the tires still had the knobbles on because they're driven such a short distance, but we've replaced them with these. Yeah. These are Yokohama A539s, as I read off the tire. They're notable because they're the series standard for the low-cost series, and these 4 have come off very kindly. I say thank you if he is watching or watches this back. To Keith Malthus, they're his season-old race tires. So again, used by the low-cost series.
Wow. Absolutely iconic.
And the same to you, John Minion. Have a great time from
absolutely fabulous. What can I say? Can just go on and on and on. Of course, your story is not finished with this car, and I just think it's precious the fact that your daughter is using this as a stepping stone for the rest of her career. I can relate to it, as I think I told you. I have a somewhat similar story with my 2 boys, so it's good on you for that too.
No, it's fantastic, and again, just finding time. But it's been a lovely project. We're lucky to have a good garage here, so it's been fantastic to work with her.
Look at that! You've got room. You can actually get in on either side.
It's definitely a squeeze for me, that's for sure. But yes, it does. And said daughter is learning at the moment, so this is what a 17-year-old who likes cars gets, isn't it? An Alfa Romeo. It's and with 140,000 miles for the record. So again, Bangernomic supplies again. So, but yeah, some work to do. I mean, some nice illustrative parts. Ron helped me roll this up on the trailer February last year. We rolled up on the trailer. I reached down to pull the handbrake, and it's the same now as it was then. It's not connected to anything.
Yeah.
We have the cables to go and some other pieces to finish, but largely she's there.
Yeah. It won't be long now.
A very happy holiday to you, Nicholas.
And you've got another
Rivas.
blue toy over there. Speaking of, or keeping in I guess the
wherever you are, have a happy holiday, and thanks for sharing a bit of it with us.
You have a lovely Fury out there. Is that right?
I do indeed. Yeah, I think the way that we've established is that this really is going to be something I'm going to enjoy with my daughter. She'll probably utilize it quite a bit, and I have an older daughter as well who's at university at the moment, but she's very keen. She's a boyfriend with an engineer now. So yes, I'll enjoy this, but it'd be great for local days out. And it's fairly agricultural in its nature. It's a beautiful car, but obviously fairly stiff and primitive in many ways. And this has some similarities. So this has come to me just a couple of weeks ago now. So it's still doing some work. It's wearing its new coat of blue, not designed to match my wife's Mercedes, but because we just thought we wanted to keep the blue like the Oxford blue they ran, but rather take a slightly modern slant on it with a metallic finish. So yeah, she's a Fisher Fury 1999, Mark Fisher built in the factory. Yeah. All new parts, apart from as with the local.
Greetings, Gregory Samuel.
Mark II.
Thanks for sharing your holiday with us.
She's got. I'm on the edge of the Wi-Fi, so I'm just going to pop the bonnet, and I'll again one-handed, and I'll step back. So if I. I'm just going to put the camera down for a second. So she has a Z-Tech engine. I think she was the first factory Z-Tech car. There we got her home for now.
There we go.
So hopefully I can stay within Wi-Fi distance.
Is that look like?
So that's it's actually surprisingly good for space. I thought the same, but we get a picture for you.
Thanks for sharing your holiday with us, Gary.
Built
have a great
2-litre Z-Tech engine, so it's dynoed at 227 brake horsepower. Wheelwood brakes, but again, enjoyed by somebody who did a lot of amazing work with it, a lot of good fun with it, track road sort of use. But yeah, she's beautiful to look at.
Yeah, sex on wheels is what I say.
She is, and a huge amount of fun to drive.
I bet.
Running those carbs with that Z-Tech engine, the induction noise is just something to behold.
Oh.
So yeah, I am very lucky, but again, very new
and
to
a
me,
special hello on Christmas Day to Trevor Rolfe. Have yourself a wonderful holiday and look forward to seeing you soon.
Yeah, almost as good as a summer's day in England. It's the rarity we get some good weather.
Perfect. Wow, what can I say? I just love what you've got, and I love what you're doing. I just love the story.
The viewers keep on your popping up. Peter
involved.
Jones, have a great Christmas day.
I just love the story of your daughters wanting to get involved with motorsport, and this is the iconic route to get there. Oh my God, is it ever?
and I think it's a balance for me, because half of me feels a fraud, because many people build these cars and so beautifully, and I wish I had, and maybe one day I'll have that talent. But
and a very special happy holiday to you,
the recreation
Christine
and the
Abbott.
heritage, and probably having a firm starting point to work with. I was very, very lucky. I think I take my hats off to people that build it. But I've learned a lot through this process. I'm not, as with so many people, engineering trained. I'm from an engineering family, hence pinching a lot of my dad's tools.
Yeah.
Bless him, he's 83 years old now. but I'm learning
Happy
a lot.
holidays,
and
Christine.
thoroughly enjoying the
Have
process.
a wonderful day.
Fantastic hobby.
Look forward to
at the end
seeing
of-
you in the
end
new
of
year
lockdown
too.
And beyond, and I feel honoured. I do genuinely feel that, and Abby's the same, and loves the story. And amazingly, she would have been on this cast, but she watches TikTok all day, but isn't keen to be on the camera. So, but in a few years, when she has her confidence, I'm sure she'll share her journey with the car as well.
Well, that's just great, and I look forward to that. But what I will say is thank you for taking us on this journey to continue the low-cost story, because you know,
the video on pause
if it got into the wrong hands, who knows? It could have just
everybody
sat in
the
somebody's
opportunity to
shed and gathered dust and cobwebs.
And
who knows?
Happy
but
holiday
thank you
if you feel like
for
it.
finishing or
So
continuing the
let's try
journey
it.
to finish the iconic 001
If you've got
story.
Facebook,
My
you
pleasure.
have
Thanks for helping
Facebook
share it. I think
so I will
so much of this
say,
is built out of a
well,
love of
number
engineering.
one,
and
want to
cars
say
and-
thank
and
you
the spirit of
to
how these make, but
Matt
really so much
Reed
goes to
for
Ron. He
sharing
has and continues to be great.
low cost
support,
number
and
0001
I know for him it's very
with us.
difficult to part with.
But
with
I
the
also
vehicle,
wanted to
but
say,
part of it
after
is
this
sharing and
video,
enjoying
if
the
you
love.
feel
And
like
I know,
giving us a call on
having spoken to him a
Messenger
number
and
of times, he's
extending
delighted that the
Christmas
book did
wish,
what it did and created the impact
give us
that
a
it
call.
did.
You can do it either
And legacy and story
on
for him
phone
was very important, as he told us through
on
the book. And
or on a
I
video call, your choice.
try to respect that to the highest degree possible. So yeah, challenge on me, and everybody keep me honest to it.
Well, with that, I'm going to say thank you once again for sharing your story and sharing 001 and sharing your fury with us. It's been absolutely fabulous. And what I can say now is just like, thanks again, and we will see you at 7 Spot.
And we will see you at 7 Spot.
Thank you very much, Jim. Take care.
All right. Cheers.
Okay, we're going to pause this as we wait for the next video to come up. I'm going to back out of this screen. And we'll stop sharing there. And you get to see me in all my glory, stepping out of my jammies and into my my sweats. Just wishing everybody a very happy Christmas or whatever season you're celebrating. Thanks for being with us. This was just thought I'd throw this up together. And I wanted to say, if anybody wants to call in, I'm going to play the next video, but give us a call using Facebook Messenger, and we'll pause the video so that you can say hi. So back to the videos. And from the UK, now we're going to New Zealand. Anybody like Fraser cars? I sure do. Well, greetings, world, and greetings, 7 Spot. It's time. You know it's time, and it is time for another, what shall we call it? We'll call it such a beauty and what a beast from New Zealand. So let me just bring into the picture, because these things are never about me. I am going to bring Rowan Hick into the show, because this is a show about Fraser cars. Say hi to us and identify yourself, Rowan.
Hi, Rowan.
Guys and girls around the world. So I'm Rowan Hick, and this is my beast.
Okay, well, we're getting that part out of the way because Rowan's not wearing a headset. And as you can tell, folks, and as he steps closer to his amazing car, he sounds like he's backing into a cave.
John
so now he's going to
share this
do the right thing
live stream with me. It was great having him with me.
Camera so
and
we can actually take
his
a look
comment
at it.
is
And
that Fraser car was awesome.
Rowan, I'm just going to
it
ask
still
you
is.
a quick question. Well, first off, before we even get into that, I'd like to identify and some of our guest panelists today. We've got, first off, Ida Tristram of Fraser Sports Cars, and she's going to be with us to help fill in some of the blanks, because there's a whole host of things that we don't know and you do know, and you at least speak Fraser, and that's a really good thing.
Hi, Ida.
Thank you, Jim. Hello, thank you for having me.
Well,
Absolutely, no problem.
Great pleasure. Also, in the show is Carrie Marsh
who also is a Fraser owner, and he's got a bit of a story about the backstory on his car. And of course, now we're going to bring in John.
I was going to say, Kerry, you're in New Zealand, yeah?
Yeah.
My sister lives there. I've got an elder sister. She lives she did live in Christchurch. She's moved about, after the earthquake, she's moved about, I think, 30 miles away, I think she said. So she sends me pictures of the weather over there, and I'm just so jealous at the moment.
Well, I'm just going to bring myself into the picture, or bring the amazing Fraser into the picture, and tell you that it's a dreary and almost damp, dark day in Vancouver, British Columbia. We're looking forward to a high today of a balmy 7 degrees Celsius. Still in the blanks.
Minus 3 in Evesham here at the moment.
Season's greetings to
please tell us what it's like
in
in
New Zealand right now. What are we looking at?
No, don't.
23, sunny.
Yeah, 21 degrees. And
well.
sunny.
And at 9 o'clock in the morning, that's lovely.
I was going to say, you're not making my day any better.
If it makes you feel better, there's another tropical cyclone apparently.
Love having you here with us today, Peter. Have a good and wonderful holiday season and a fabulous New Year.
The roads will be shut again.
Don't talk about these things. Don't talk about these things.
So we are looking at the most amazing car that I have had the opportunity to look at in pictures in quite some time. Could you please tell us a bit about how you came to own it, Rowan, and tell me about some of the goodies you've got in it?
Are you having a wonderful Christmas?
That's high praise.
Did Santa bring you something nice this year?
A Fraser.
Want to phone in and say hi?
Edition. It was
Tell us all about your new toys. Give us a call on Messenger.
By the Fraser factory. I think I did some token riveting, but that was about it. So it started off, I think, about 2011, 2012, visited the factory because I decided I was going to move home to New Zealand from Canada. Fraser Cars located in Auckland, and I'd wanted one since I was a little boy. So commissioned the car and went a little bit overboard.
Is there such a thing, Rowan?
I was going to say, we all end up doing that. I had to hide car parts from my missus.
Yep. So I had a history of forced induction cars, being a young lad, like my turbo cars.
Is that like turbo or ram air or?
Yeah, so this is actually a supercharged Honda.
Supercharged.
Yeah,
okay.
So we'll pull the bonnet off in a second.
Yeah, well, look at that. Is that the K20?
Yes, it's proper. Fraser Cars had an actual K20 from, I think it was Integra, DC Type R, sitting in their factory. That was an abandoned project many years ago, and I was like, right, well, that sounds good.
Yeah. So strong engines, really strong engines.
Very strong engines.
A fairly tall engine too, and it's not sitting proud of the bonnet, and that's amazing.
Yeah, well, we'll show some of the tricks of how it managed to fit. What you can't see on camera is how low the car is. It's actually got a consumable item, which is the skid plate. Gets replaced every 4 or 5 years. So yeah, Scott and I.
We'll come on to it, but yeah, short and sump and the usual.
Yeah, it was dry sumped and
dry sump. Yeah.
Dry sumped and a couple other tricks which we'll show when we pull the bonnet off.
We definitely show us under the bonnet before you go.
yeah. Don't worry. We've got time. We're only 3 minutes in. So Scott Nider.
Well, season's greetings to William Lee Sanine.
Many backwards and forwards.
Wherever you are, thanks for being with us today, and have yourself a wonderful holiday.
He talked me into doing a supercharged engine because it'll the linearity of the throttle response. It basically takes.
If you go turbo route, you can get quite a bit of lag. It depends what injectors you're running and velocity stacks and blah blah blah. But yeah, the supercharger is definitely the way forward.
Yeah. So I've been in. Actually, subsequent to getting this built, I went in 3S GTE Fraser, which had a turbo on it, and they roughly put out the
Happy
same
holidays,
power
William.
figures, but the delivery is completely different.
Yeah.
And
so quite a flatter power curve as well. Whereas turbo, boom, it certainly as boom, it's off.
You're on.
Superchargers a lot smoother.
Yeah, and you'll see that on the dyno graph actually through in the 7-spot. So you can see it sort of climbs to the moon. Basically, from about 1900, 2000, you can just put your foot down and she starts going, and going and going and going all the way to
nice smooth delivery. Yeah,
I think the red line's at 7600 RPM, just to be safe. Because we never changed the compression on it, so it's running either 11.2 or 11.5 to 1. So
that's obviously higher than standard, yeah.
No, that's a standard Type R engine is a high compression engine, and then with Roadtrax, so we use what's called a C3094, which is the designation of the Roadtrax superchargers. So they've got 3 or 4 different sizes, and it's the baby one.
Yeah.
And even a baby one, it puts out 10.5 pounds of boost at redline. So there's a lot going on in there. I think we were almost all surprised at how much power it did end up putting out at 330-ish at the wheels.
330 at the wheels. Wow.
Yeah.
Equates to about, depending on whose calculations you take, about 375 at the crank. And the car weighs, and we actually weighed it the other day down here. We've got mates at the workshop, so we put it on some corner scales, and it's 675 kilos just straight off the road. Like
that is going to fly. Well, you know it does. That would. Yeah, I would end up putting it through a hedge. My driving skills are okay. I think on our car, we're about 362 brake horsepower per ton at the rear. And that's enough for me. With my driving skills, that's enough for me. But that is really going to go.
Yeah. So, so what I'll do is I'll take the bonnet off and we'll go and have a bit of a talk around all the bits. Because it's not just the engine, although the headlining thing is the engine. And it is a spectacular build.
It does look stunning, and I like it in that colour as well.
Well, Rowan's taking
it's a beautiful
bonnet off. Everyone, take a moment.
I think the great thing about these cars, although they go and go, they also
slightly rainy Vancouver, British Columbia. It's 7:15 in the morning.
Which is great. So their response to stopping, to steering is just fabulous. So I think that's what makes them so much fun.
We've got quite a small steering wheel on ours as well, but slightest little thing, whoa, it just goes. There's no weight, there's no inertia in it. It's just absolutely fantastic.
The first time I drove mine, it was a bit scary. It felt like you're driving on marbles or ice all the time, and you just sort of think left or think. It was like the closest thing to being on a motorbike. It's just a four-wheel motorbike.
That's right. Yeah.
You have to drive them like that anyway.
Yeah,
and the good thing is the cornering.
I've been out on the road, but I can't get him insurance until he's 25 or 23, which he will be this year. But on a private track, and I just said, go for it, be sensible. I said, but don't overreact to the steering, that the car will find its own way down the road. I was like yours, was all over the place on the front end when we got it. And it's because they'd put 30 pounds pressure in the front tyres. So we've lining going everywhere. So we've dropped that down. We've been as low as 12. I think we're now running about 16 psi, something like that, in the all round in the tires. But it made one hell of a difference.
Good. They corner so well; it's incredible. I went for a run with another group of friends. They've all got Cobras, and we were driving fairly briskly on roads that are now you're only allowed to do 80 k's, but we're doing well above that. And when we got to the pub, they said, "Oh, your brake lights aren't working." I said, "Oh no, I'm sure they're fine. Everything's good. No, your brake lights aren't working." So I got in, pressed the pedal, brake lights are working. Just at the speed that we were going, I didn't need to use the brakes, but all the Cobras were. And the funny thing is, there was a Porsche and a Ferrari, and they were quite annoyed that I wasn't using brakes and they were.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's the thing. I think because the 7s are so light, I've not ever changed my pads or the discs. I think they'll outlast me.
Oh wow!
Hope
you're checking them.
You still didn't use brakes.
I mean, to be fair, we've not done a track day or anything like that. So it's not had massive use. But just on road use, you're right. You don't need the brakes.
Missing out on all the fun, not going on a track.
So I am looking at it mainly from my son. Until as I say, I can't get them insurance on the road in the UK. It depends which track they're going to go on because you don't know who's there. I'd be a complete novice. Do you know what I mean? And I don't want to be crashing into people or you don't. Do you know what I mean? So it's something we're looking at.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm going to jump in and ask a question. It's something I asked before we got going, but. The exhaust pipes that you've got there, I've got glass. Mine are glass powder, or glass coated. Are those glass coated as well?
It's a ceramic.
You've got wrap on the headers.
Yeah. So part of and I'll explain all this that's going on in the air. Yeah. So these are what's called HPC, which is a local supplier of ceramic coatings. It's their own particular type of coating. It's not a ceramic. It's just their standard high temp coating, and it doesn't really withstand the heat of what's coming out of here. So being a supercharged engine, you're effectively 2/3 more air volume that's coming out, and it's not cooling down anywhere. So that got super hot. And we ended up the alternator. So basically, I'll just you have to know the whole story. So under there is the supercharger. You can't quite see it. It's pretty small. And it runs up through this into the charge cooler. And so that's water to air charge cooler. So we've got 2 radiators double stacked in here. So
I noticed those on the front. Yeah.
So the first one for the cooling, second one for the charge cooler. Because of, and this car has been all about hip bone and leg bone problems. So hip bone's connected to the leg bone, and then you get this other problem, So because of the Rotrix going down there, that's normally where the alternators sit on these engines.
You had
to move the alternator over, but it was too big, so we threw on a tiny little alternator.
If you want to call in,
and also
Facebook
the water
Messenger.
pump outlets down in there. So we had to ditch the water pump. So we've got an electric Davies water pump under there.
Sure.
And then because the alternator is so close to number 1, and you can see now this wasn't here originally. We went through 2 or 3 alternators at racetrack because basically, once you're on the back straight and the heat's coming off here, it was killing the alternators. But this one's lasted now for, what are we, 8 years, 9 years? So that's a good one.
Yeah.
And of course so you're right, Jim, the engines, the K20s are super tall. And if you're very astute and you know what a K20 looks like, you'll notice there's something missing here. Normally there's an oil filler cap. But because we're dry sumps, we don't need that.
Because of the dry sump,
Yeah. So the cam cover is actually 15 or 20 mil shorter. So the factory shortened the cam cover, re-welded it all.
That's how you managed to squeeze it under the bonnet. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
So the exhaust system, because you all like to talk about the exhaust system. So we started. That's not the original.
Is that 4 into 2 into 1? Or is it, sorry, I didn't.
It's a 4 into 1.
4 into 1. Yeah. Oh yeah, got it. Yeah.
And then there's been a bit of an evolution of silencers. So the first one, I think, after the first racetrack outing, it burnt all the packing out. So it was at 4,500 at a static noise test. It was 120 decibels.
Wow. You will not get away with that in any UK track.
No.
Also, Takumi Yoshida. Thanks for sharing your day with us. And the same to Hiroshi Ogawa.
That's 800
Lovely having you.
And we're running a 3-inch side exit, which is great fun, but still quite terrifyingly loud. And you get flames out the side, which is awesome. But so we ended up.
An exhaust outlet, is that underneath the car?
Yeah. So just to get
going through to the back.
Yeah. Just to get the sound down.
Yeah. Bit like the caterums.
Yeah. Because literally,
you're sharing your day with us, Ben.
Too loud.
Have a great
and
Christmas Day and a wonderful New Year.
Supercharging one of these engines is everybody who's done it.
And
talks
happy
about how loud
holidays
they are
to Ando Brower. Thank you for being with us today.
I guess it's just the whine from it, but then also the induction roar.
No, it's neither.
It's the bleeding ears.
Yeah, so so those superchargers are centrifugal, so they don't actually create much noise. But it's just the sheer, because each exhaust pulse that's coming out of the engine, compared to a normal 2-liter Honda, you're effectively throwing in 2/3 the amount of pressure into that exhaust pulse. So the exhaust pulse itself has got a lot more energy than a normal 2-liter.
Thank you for being with us today.
The sheer volume of the exhaust pulses coming out is what causes the sound. Whereas if you were to go through
way higher,
so if you were to go through a turbocharger, because of the way the turbos work, the impellers or blades kind of effectively chop up the sound and disperse the sound waves, and they sound a lot more muffled. Superchargers are just ridiculously loud.
Thank you for being with us, and look forward to seeing you and perhaps doing another live stream with you from your new shed. Thanks for being with us today.
If you're very astute, you'll notice there's no shocks there, and that's because it runs.
It's all cantilevered. Look at that. And how the heck did you squeeze that all in there, Ida? That's amazing.
Got to make it look pretty. Got to make it fit.
So it's an incredible pushrod design. So the shocks and springs are vertically down in the center.
So the vertical. Okay. Yeah.
So it reduces.
Was that your design, or was that from Fraser?
No, that's Fraser's. No, this is all Fraser's. This is all Fraser's.
Yeah.
So
I know people have done it themselves, but working out all the angles and getting it right, you've got to know what you're doing. Yeah, but that looks fantastic.
Yeah, and so what that means is it reduces your unsprung weight on the wheels, so the wheels can react faster. So that's very cool. What you can't see, going around to the back, is it's running the Dion setup. So
it is the Dion, okay.
Yeah, so there's your diff in the center. There's a kind of arm behind into these end plates, and they kind of track up and down. So kind of same theory, try to reduce the unsprung weight.
And the tube runs
and happy holidays to you,
or just after
Ando Brower. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah, just kind of I think it's just forward of the tank. So
and what limited
what a
slip?
wonderful day, Chris Watson.
Oh yeah,
happy holidays to you.
Yeah. So it's running a MX5 LSD. the beefier version, but because, and again, this is a hip bump
they should be good for the power you're putting out there as well. Yeah, good diffs.
Yeah. So the dry sump tank and surge pots in the back. So we actually run the
Thanks
oil
for sharing
lines
your day with us.
through
Chris,
the
have a
center of the
happy
car.
holiday.
And then on the other side, in the
And
tank
season's
itself,
greetings to Clive Parker.
the tank
Clive,
is
have
split.
yourself a happy
And
Christmas
it's
and
got
a
like
wonderful new year.
kind of welded off on one side, and that's where the fuel surge system is, the swirl pot. So we don't get any fueling issues with it. But what it means is
baffled tank, and then obviously, as you say, a surge pot. Yeah.
And just about enough room for a lunch pail.
Yeah.
He's got to take lunch off for a picnic.
Season's greetings, Clive. Thanks for being with us today.
I mean, it's kind of how the boys managed to fit everything in. Is just every ounce of usable space.
What a
But
treat.
by the same token,
thanks for sharing your Christmas day with us, one and all. Have a great holiday.
Well, that's what I was about to say. That interior is unbelievable.
Those seats look nice. We've got fiberglass seats in ours with it's about 5mm padding that we had specially made, but those seats look really comfortable. Ours are okay. Those are not great on a massive long journey, but they look really nice.
And can I ask you a dumb question? I mean,
and sharing your
clearly
Christmas
those
day
are
with us. Happy holidays.
Tailored to your specific dimensions. Did you have your footwell or your pedal set measured for your own length?
Yeah. So when you get one of these done and you want these particular types of seats, so this is an option that Frasers do. You go in and you get fitted. So the trimmer sits there.
Happy holidays, Stephen. Thank you for sharing your day with us. Have a great day.
Yep. So you've got it for life. You can't sell it. Which is quite a weird thing because you're like, oh, I'm sure this is okay because I'm kind of committing to doing all of this here. But yeah, it worked out really, really well. So the passenger side is a bit squeezed over though, and that depends on the gearbox you use. This uses a Toyota W55, which is super strong. I'm quite hopefully never going to.
Anybody wants to call in and offer up a festive felicitation? Give me a call. Just open up
with Frasers, you
Messenger
can choose
and look for Jim Gould.
Whatever you want.
Give me a call.
You kind of go backwards and forwards and go, okay, well, this is the dash I want, and there's a switch gear, and I'm going to end up.
Your dash layout is very, very tidy. Is that a aim dash that you're using, or what we call one in the UK, like digital?
Yeah. Although I'm pretty dark on them because these original MXLs actually have some bugs with them, which is quite surprising. So like my one, the odometer just randomly jumps up 1,000 Ks. So I don't know how many Ks this vehicle's.
That's the way you're driving it.
It's got the usual stuff like a removable wheel. But I am going to end up changing this to digital analog gauges because I just find I can see it's either the late model, the later AIMs or Motex, which are much clearer displays, or analog. So I'm probably going to change.
So what do you think, guys? What kind of display do you like?
And you've got your standard hoop that comes with it, but I've seen pictures. You have a track cage as well, or was that on an earlier iteration?
A full cage, yeah.
Yeah, they can have a removable cage on it. So it kind of bolts in there. You take the hoop off the back, and it bolts on the back.
That's handy having the removable one. I've not seen that on many cars.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I found it a little bit because one of the stories about this car is like, and me in particular is, okay, she's on semi slicks, and the cornering speeds or cornering forces are quite high. And I found I actually developed motion sickness, so I can only go to certain types of tracks without throwing up. So in the end, I just took the cage off because I wasn't going to the track enough to warrant having the cage on the car.
Yeah.
You do notice it stiffens up the car quite a bit. Like I even noticed it just driving.
On any 7, it's the cockpit and the center section where you're going to get it flexing. It won't be at the front, it won't be at the rear. Always on the center section.
Yeah, they and I noticed it just driving up the road, leaving the factory. So it's cool, but it's also kind of raises things up quite high. Your overall drag, like the top speed of the track at Hampton Downs, you just noticed it easily dropped probably 15 k's off the top speed. But super fun, and you drive around in the thing and everybody's looking at you, and it's a bit serious for the road. They're looking at you more. They're always looking at you. That's like
Season's greetings, one and all. Thanks for being with us today.
So
in a friendly way, isn't it, Rowan? They look at you in a friendly way.
Even more stuff next year, just to let you know. We've got a webinar planned for low-cost building if you're planning to build.
I'd like to bring Carrie into the picture just for a moment. Carrie, can you tell us or at least tell us what you see as the difference between that iteration of the Fraser and yours?
They're completely different cars. Just in power, I've got a MX-5 1800 with Gen V throttle bodies, the BP4W motor, which apparently is slightly better if you're having an MX-5 motor. But mine puts out 133 horsepower at the wheels. So just performance is completely different right from the start.
But it's still fun, of course. And do you use it on the track as well?
Pardon?
Do you use it on the track as well?
I have done. Been using it more for touring, really. We've done 2 trips around the South Island, 2 weeks at a time, which is quite interesting in a car that size with all your luggage. And there's another trip coming up in 2 or 3 weeks. We're going down to Napier for a week because there's an Art Deco festival down there. So there'll be myself and a whole lot of Cobras again, and a couple of GT40s. We'll head down there. But the car is completely different. Mine's probably more a touring car. Escort axle with a Quaife ATV limited slip diff. It's not as performance oriented. Spec shocks sitting on the outside. It's just a completely different chassis, different car.
And how old would yours car be?
Well, I've had it on the road. Well, I had it about 5 years now. It took me 2 years to put it together. But in putting it together, I bolted the big bits in, and then got the professionals at Fraser's to do all the hard bits. I put the wiring together, and then was really pleased when it took me just a couple of hours to check that I'd done it all properly. I did all the brake lines, and then they needed to redo some of them.
Talk to me and Jim about wiring. I'm absolutely clueless.
A lot of cars come back at that stage. I started the wiring. Leave it to you.
Well, this is the perfect segue to bring Ida back in, because I want to ask you, when a person purchases a Fraser, is there any self-build options available?
Absolutely. So you can do everything yourself you want. We do all the engineering and obviously manufacturing and engineering to make sure everything's just right, and it's pretty much a bolt together exercise.
Very, very cool.
I think you were saying you can export kits as well. Anywhere in
we do. We've got cars, Frasers in Australia, and a lot of Frasers in Japan.
That's what.
And in America.
I know that we have at least one Fraser owner from Japan, a lovely lady. She's part of our group, and she absolutely loves it. Absolutely. I'm going to bring Rowan back in. Rowan,
what an amazing car. So is this your daily driver? I know that just before we went online, you were moving the vehicle back and forth in the shed there, and then you're touching. I had asked you about the exhaust manifold, and you just were touching. You said, "Oh, that's still warm." So I presume you're out driving it today. Is that right?
Oh no! I just turned it around. I just turned it, went out down the street, turned it around.
Okay,
no,
cool.
This is not a daily driver. I'm sure you could.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had other fun cars as dailies. My current daily is a GR Yaris. So it's quite interesting the difference between the two cars. And previously, before that, an RS7 twin turbo was the daily.
Nice, yeah.
You know, which it's fascinating to see the differences between this and those types of machines. Like the RS7 would get off the line really quickly. This would be faster once you're underway, because getting off the line with this amount of power is something else. But this is like the machine that scares the shit out of you.
Yeah.
Like there is no other way of putting it that you have to be so careful.
I'm the same with our car, and every time I get into it, and I take my boys out on it, I always say to them, "Look, give me 5 minutes to get my head round it," because jumping from a daily car into a 7 and the amount of power it can put down, you've really got to get your head round it, and you've really got to be concentrating. As I say, my driving skills aren't that brilliant, but yeah, just brilliant fun.
Like the demonstrator that I drove first is a 1.64 AGE, and that's super fun. And but compared to your big twin turbo JDM cars that I had before, like they just don't quite have that same level of acceleration. And so I went, okay, I want something.
Once again, folks,
quick.
happy holidays. Wishing you all the best from 7th Spot here in Vancouver, British Columbia. Slightly rainy. We live in a rainforest,
so it's
but at least it's not snowing today. Wishing you and yours a very happy holidays
I got it. Like every time you were getting in it, and just about shaking getting out of the car. And now I'm used to it. I'm fine. But you take other people and they get out and their hands are just doing this after getting in the car. Like, what the just happened?
And a very happy holiday to Morgan Joseph Cleesby. Thanks for tuning in today.
Slicks,
and David Fleet.
Quite careful once the tires go off, then it becomes a pretty big handful. But
are they right in the wet as well, semi-slicks, or?
I don't go out in the wet in this.
Most of the 7-tone. I know we don't, but yeah.
Yeah. So this is running.
Loudly in the snow, I might add.
Yeah. So this is running. Running what's called Nankang AR1s, which are.
Yeah.
It's Toyo stock.
Good tires.
Yeah. What else can I tell you? So like point to point. GR Yaris would be,
your
like,
Christmas
if you're unfamiliar with the roads,
Morgan,
probably be
have a great
faster on
holiday.
the GR Yaris. This you'd have, if you knew the roads and put some brake tools on, then this would be faster, absolutely faster.
Yeah.
And quite frightening getting there, in a good way.
A very, very good way.
Yeah. An enjoyable way. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always enjoyable as long as the back is not where the front should be.
Yeah.
Well, I think.
And season's greetings to you, David.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's
thanks for being with us today, and thanks for all your contributions on 7th Spot. Looking forward to having
once everything's up
wonderful time with you on 7th Spot.
You'll get some wheel spin.
And if you feel like doing a live stream with us, give me a call. Shoot me a line.
Just in a straight line. Obviously, the corners a bit different. So once they're hot. Depending on the surface, you're pretty good. But once they're cold, or the cold surfaces, and there's one person who shall remain nameless, and Ida and Carrie will probably laugh and talk about it. There's one person who's got a turbo-powered Fraser of a particular engine, of a particular horsepower, and had a moment at over 200 Ks, and promptly put the car away for a long while. so you got to be careful about road temperatures and tire temperatures, because they do make a massive difference to grip levels.
I think this is what I say to my boys as well. When I drive mine, obviously I've got my sons in it, I do drive it sensibly. I know my driving limit skills. I have had people pull up with what we call lowered saxo cars and performance boys. I've had them pull up to me at lights and start revving their engine. I just look at my sons, I start revving back, and then when the lights change, they set off in a cloud of smoke. I just set off normally. I don't need to prove anything. Yeah.
I think with our cars too, like from my perspective, I watch our guys hand form these cars. Like, they're just artists, and we put so much love into every single car that we handcraft.
To interview Ida
hours and hours and hours
to do this live stream with Fraser Cars.
Hammering.
Thank you, Fraser Cars.
Making these beautiful works of art, and I know that our owners really respect how much time and attention to detail it takes to make these, let alone to own these machines.
And accusers, also known as John Minion, says, looking forward to Kit Fest.
If you want to set off like a hooligan, go on a track. Don't do it on the road.
Oh, hey, I'm all in for having fun, but keep it safe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like to give you an idea, like that. So Bruce would have hand formed just that little bit there to make that nice and tidy. It's a bit dirty at the moment, and things like to give me a bit more space in the wheel well. There's like a nicely hand formed divot for my clutch foot. So the work that went into this is absolutely insane. And I compared to the other company I'm talking about at the start of the call.
We'll be coming up to
that comes on Monday,
break
right?
in
Like
between
this
videos here. If anybody is interested
not be
in
cheap today at
extending
all,
season's best
compared
wishes,
to a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, it's really cheap though, isn't it, Rowan?
You've got Facebook. That means you've got Messenger. You can choose. You can either do a video call or you can just make a phone call. But look for Jim Jewell and shoot me a line. Give me a call.
And looks infinitely cooler on the curb, doesn't it?
Well, I think we're all slightly biased.
Yeah.
But I didn't quite have the appreciation for how much work goes into it. Like, you conceptually know how much work goes into something, but until you actually see Roy's, which is probably a little segue to why there's a little logo on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot about even mentioning that. So in the process of getting this car,
is that your garage or is that your living room? Because you've got carpet down.
It's trust me, it's the garage. It's the garage.
Wow, mine's nothing like that.
Neither is mine.
Seems to be the thing now with a lot of modern house builds in New Zealand. Like, the garages are built into the houses, and you get this nice carpet. In the process of getting the car built, I started getting the first sort of Ida would send me here's some photos and email this week of what was going on, and I thought, this could be done a whole lot better. Not just doing anything wrong.
Thanks, Rowan.
No. In terms of systems, I'm like, why isn't there a system for collating all of these photos and videos? Because we want like a timeline of your
Mini
build.
Booger Wild.
So
thanks for being with us.
In the process of getting this car
Have a great day.
I ended up building a software system called Global Workshop, which allows car and now boat and warbird companies, of all things, to keep their owners informed via an app that lets the boys on the factory floor easily take photos and videos. Ida can then go and approve it, and then instantly go to the owners and their own sort of client portal and apps. So going through this car, I've ended up building a software company that is now getting used by some of the best in the industry. So the likes of Eagle, we just put their logo up on our website. 3 months ago. Eagle E-types over in the UK. Our main market is the UK. So we've got a bunch of restoration and resto mod and fabrication companies now using it, and it's going through to full workshop software. So project time, job management, which is quite cool. So this car has ended up kind of changing the direction of a few things for me. So Global Workshop.
I was going to say, just from ordering a Fraser, you're now into software and developing software for other people to use. That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, well, I was running a software company, and kind of saw, being a developer, and just saw that there was this need for good software that's very visual. Because once I gave it to Ida, it's like every Thursday I'll be driving home in Canada, and then 5 o'clock I get a little alert from the factory. I'm not looking at that while I'm driving home at all, but I can see what's coming, and make the people who are building these lives easier, because they're not flying around files and resizing things and figuring out how to do videos. It's all on the apps and their phones. So
have you got a link that you could send to Jim that we can put up in this post once it goes up on 7 Spot?
You mean one like that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Easy.
There we go. Jim is always one step ahead of me. He annoys me.
Yeah, so that's it. So actually, that's one of the first photos was a company called Retro Power, who which you saw in one of those photos there. They do these amazing resto mods, and so if you haven't seen their channel, go subscribe to Retro Power. Because they do a weekly kind of what's going on in the factory, which is, if you like this stuff, you'd love that. Like some Dawn Trader who do Formula One and IndyCar restorations, all sorts. So, which has been quite a cool little journey. So
absolutely,
we'll have a look at that.
Absolutely.
But I wonder if it'd make any sense to have a look at the good people at Fraser Sports Cars as well. I think if people are interested in starting their own Fraser adventure, they may want to go to this page and then have a look, and then give Ida a call.
Oh, thanks, Jim. That would be wonderful.
And I'll go on record and say, like, the Fraser experience was awesome. They are
what a pleasure it was
what they say, and what is true is they're unique to
with
the owner.
and for
so while there's
Fraser cars.
Base kits and
Thank you, Ida.
And base packages, ultimately no Fraser is
thank you,
the same as another.
Everybody
chooses their particular types of engines, and then kind of as you're going through the process, what is the level of fit and finish you want? The work that went on in here is just incredible.
It's basically bespoke engineering, isn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I always say, and a lot of us always say it as well, that a kit car is never finished, because you get it together, get it on the road. You think, well, I might upgrade that, I might do this, might do that. So it's never-ending story
until you run out of money.
Yeah.
Well, smaller bits.
Aside from
by the way, Jim, I put my 2 boys up for sale.
Well, I think there's a few of us who've got our Frasers done who are actually like, we got the level that we wanted.
Yeah.
Like out of the factory, don't need to do anything more, no upgrades, no nothing, and you're just that's it. That's the car I want, and you don't have to fiddle it, right? Like this. There's a couple of teething problems which you'd expect on a build of this nature. Like you can't do single shot. But I haven't sit here and gone, oh, I think I should upgrade this and I think I should upgrade that. It's just perfect, and dealing with the factory is awesome, and they become mates, and so you become part of the Fraser family.
It's the Fraser experience, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's quite different, quite unique, and wouldn't trade it for the world. What I did and what I got out of it, and lifelong friends with the factory. So
yeah, I will say this as the fly on the wall in a different country. At 7 Spot, we have a lot of Fraser people, and they are quite universal in 2 things: the Fraser experience that comes from the factory, in having their car made, and then they're so fiercely proud of what they've got. They are a wonderful community unto themselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as Rowan said, and I echo, so many people have dreamt about owning a car like this their entire lives, or most of their adult life. So if you have a dream, we just love fulfilling that. There's nothing better than fulfilling people's dreams. So we feel very fortunate to do what we do.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'd love to stay on forever. Carrie, do you have any questions or anything you'd like to add?
No, I think Rowan's covered it pretty much. I would like to say that the whole experience of dealing with Frasers has always been really good.
Yeah.
As you know, my car is so much different from Rowan's car, but there's lots of other people with really good cars, and they are all different. We've all had a hand in them, different levels of input and skill in our skill, like my skill, not the Fraser guys. And you can always fall back on them.
Holidays to Brian James.
They've been really, really good.
And Robin Harris in New Zealand.
So it has. It's been wonderful. And then the community.
That's what we found in the UK.
Seen Rowan's rages
without MK.
Yeah, you're everybody knows everybody else. There's Fraser guys, all over. All over New Zealand and Australia, but everybody sort of knows, and you keep track of the cars. Like Jed's car's just been sold. It'd be interesting to find out where that's gone on to. So.
And I'm going to bring Ida back in, and I am going to say, Ida, thank you so much for making the time. I know that you've got a busy household and you've got a family as well as a business. So thank you so much. I'm going to put the links to the Global Workshop and, of course, to Fraser Cars in the description part of this video. But I wanted to say thank you personally. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you so much for having us, and it's just so exciting to speak to our Fraser owners. It always is. So nice to see you guys. Thank you, and nice to meet you, Jim, and you, John. Appreciate having you.
I'm gonna bring Rowan. Rowan, lean back in. That was and happy holidays once again from Mini Kits. We'll also be at Santa Claus.
You got a good torso shot there. You have to lean over a little bit. There we go. Even better.
Are you going to start it up?
There we go.
There you go.
Are we going to fire it up before we go?
Oh shit! Okay, yes we are. Hang on.
Or have I just made that awkward?
No. We'll fire it up. Hang on.
Do I have to turn my volume down now then?
No, he's got the boring muffler on now, so you'll be all right.
Yeah.
Boring muffler.
Not controversial.
Boring muffler.
I like them loud.
Ears bleed.
Absolutely.
Don't die of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Feel posh. Oh yeah.
So I can't hear it playing.
Lovely.
And now I have to clean the cupboards because I'm going to get in trouble.
So everyone, and John included, I'm going to say you've given us the better part of an hour. We've been going for 51 minutes. And I'm going to say thanks a lot to everybody. It's absolutely fabulous. This is the first opportunity to chat to some Fraser people, and I know there's going to be more opportunities to chat. So who knows? You might get called back.
Excellent. Thanks for having us.
All right, guys.
Brilliant speaking to you guys. Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you.
So, guys, thanks an awful lot. And what I always say at the end is, we will see you at 7 Spot.
And we will see you at 7 Spot too. One and all, happy holidays from 7 Spot here in Vancouver on a always rainy day. And I will just say this: if you'd like to call in, I'm going to
we're now live, guys. I'll just play the
call in for a season's greetings.
We'll go from there. Cheers, guys.
Okay. Be in touch. I'm going to step away for just a moment. Enjoy the next video.
That worked well.
I can't
you know what? This is the beauty of live broadcasting. We have the opportunity to crash and burn on every given occasion. And today we, hey, it's perfect. You know, this is all a discussion about kit cars and building kit cars, and everything that could go wrong and is horrifying has happened to all of us as we built our cars. And guess what? It just happened again.
Now. I can't find the intro banner.
No worries.
I've gone in a different way, I think.
Greetings, world, and greetings, 7 Spot. we're live from all over the place, but mostly from...
Actually, well, we are all over the place. You can tell, yeah.
Mostly from England. Can you tell me where you're at, Trevor?
I can, Jim. I'm in the southwest of England, in a place called Taunton. Now, for people globally, to give them some kind of bearing, it's roughly between Bristol and Exeter, in like that sort of bottom left corner of England that wanders down towards sort of Cornwall and Land's End and so on.
That's fabulous. And who do we have there with you?
Well, I've got with me my good friend Jason, who I will just swing round, who is somewhere there. There we go, waving away at us. He's there. He actually helped me build the car all these many years ago. So
yeah, well, that's just fabulous. Actually, before we take a walk around of your car, I've got a few controls here, and one of the things I would like to do is share. Oh, I have to do a screen share, so I'm going to do that perhaps in just a moment. I'll just see if I can get. Let's see. I have to get 7 Spot, and I have to get the. Here we go again with our improvisation. The Southwest Robin Hood Kit Car Club, and in there we have some photographs of your car. So I'm going to add those to. There we go.
I'm trying to get all just bear with me. I'm trying to get all tactical here.
Yeah.
With a selfie stick, so it could go horribly wrong.
Well, no worries. You're reduced size in a corner. But here's a picture of your car as you were building it.
That is. Have you got the one? Yeah, that's a. There was 4 pictures I sent you. That is very early days. Well,
and I was just going to say, I don't know an awful lot about Robin Hoods, and that's the reason why we're doing this. The chassis looks completely different from anything like mine, and perhaps you can just tell us a bit about how the Robin Hood was constructed in terms of its space frame.
Okay, it was called the Robin Hood 2B, and it was down as the number 2 and the letter B. But that was basically abbreviations for Tubi, because it was made out of, I think it's, and John may correct me, around about 2-inch steel tube.
Cool. Yeah.
And to keep the cost down, and this, for those of you who don't know about Robin Hood, they were very prolific in producing very low cost, relatively comprehensive kits.
Yes, yes.
And the way that they were able to produce it on previous occasions, they'd gone down a monocoque route with quite often with stainless steel and box. And then this was their next evolution beyond that. And the reason they were able to do it down to a price is that if you look at
if you want to call
the way that instead of having welded corners, it's CNC bent tubing.
Go on to Facebook.
Now, I can't remember exact numbers, but there was something like it was 30 minutes for a machine to bend all the tubes, and less than an hour for a welder to weld the rest, weld it all together into a frame.
Into a chassis, yeah.
Into a chassis, sorry, yeah. But the one compromise was that you had very little bracketry on there. So unlike if you went to something very top end, you would have had brackets for all the ancillaries around the car, whereas with this you had to make your own.
Right, yeah, got you. Did it have like suspension pickup points on it, or was that
it did, but only in the style that is unique to Robin Hood. And if I come around here, for example, I'll go on the two front ends. If I get Jason just to come in on the front suspension just down here, you can see it's at the time this was the upgrade kit, so there was two options on front suspension at that point. One was called sliding pillar, and those of you familiar with Morgan's will know that's a system they've used. And then this was the what was classed as the upgrade. Now, what you might be able to notice is that the wishbones at the front, it goes into this box section, but you can't quite see it at the back. There was only like an angle section, and then you had a separate angle you had to put on at the right place with a load of washers to take up any, shall we say, Robin Hood tolerances.
Yeah.
And that was the way that they did the front end on the suspension. So yes, there were pickup points, and obviously the suspension top and all that was all welded on as part of the frame.
Just need a bit of fettling and adjustment to get it all lined up. Yeah.
Exactly. At the rear end, it used, like, we can't really demonstrate it, unfortunately, because of unless Jason can get right under the back of the car.
It's very difficult to show the back of a 7 and like the suspension and stuff like that, because you've got the wheel arches, and ours has got a rear diffuser on it, so you've got no chance of seeing anything.
Yeah,
you've got no chance.
Actually,
Jason has got.
That's not too bad.
That's not bad. Yeah, pretty good. You did pretty good. I must say, Trevor, you were prepared. You made a nice presentation. This is good.
Well, we'll have to show a little bit of that. Jason actually, and we just swing round. We're going off subject here, but he holds it up. Jason's got a very posh gimbal assembly for his phone, which he's testing out as well. Which is one of the reasons we're getting such great shots.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I have to. We're going to do that. Slide. There's Jason in there. Oh.
Yeah. So cool. At the rear end, it uses effectively the complete Ford Sierra rear end, and there's like a really substantial subframe tube that runs from one side to the other. And basically, if I point, it runs basically from here up over roughly where the handbrake is and back down the other side. And it mounted into just two large plates that were on the floor.
Yeah.
So you bolted it on there, and then there was an angle piece at the back down from the chassis where the rear of the differential lined up, and then basically wherever that hit, you drilled a hole and bolted the differential in, and that was effectively your rear suspension.
Yeah.
The one change that you could make was that Jason's pressing a few buttons here, so I don't know if he's ready to dive in.
He's just dropped out, but I can see him trying to dial back in now.
There we go.
He's coming back in. If you see, I'm getting a bit of echo here from someone.
I'm going to mute his mic. There we go.
Okay, done. So inside the suspension arch there, a wheel arch there, what Robin Hood came up with, and this is again, they were really, really good at allowing people to build things down to a price, and that's a great shot, Jason, spot on there. What you could actually do was the original McPherson strut on the the original McPherson strut on the front of the Sierra, you could cut the bottom off, turn it upside down, and where you can see that top spring mount, you could actually insert that into the chassis, which is actually the bottom of the roll bar up here. That serves two purposes. That goes through to that suspension point there, and it's
never realised that. That's a brilliant idea.
It is. Well, the other thing is there's multiple levels of adjustment in that as well. Let me just finish what I was saying previously. You could use the original rear springs from the Sierra, with the bottom cut from the McPherson strut inverted into the bottom of the roll bar.
I can see that.
And that was your rear suspension without having to pay anything extra over and above the kit. Whereas what I've actually got in there is a pair of coilover shock absorbers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, but they that gives you 2 levels of adjustment, because obviously you've got the spring base on the shock absorber.
Yeah.
But you've also got, you can move that top mount up and down inside the roll bar as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's like the coarse adjustment, shall we say, and then you can do the fine adjustment on the spring base.
On the spring rates, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, both the spring rates if you want to swap them out, but obviously the height of them as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, Trevor, how long did it take you to build?
Okay, well, I picked it up from the factory in December, I think 2001, and then I actually SVA'd at the beginning of 2004. So it was a little over 2 years.
Yeah, about the same as my build. It took me about a year and a half, and just weekend warrior, being a weekend warrior.
Yeah, it was. I was working full time then, and yes, it was one of those. I don't know if John is somebody that's experienced the Robin Hood collecting process.
No, but yeah.
It's a thing of myth nowadays compared to how kit car world is such small in numbers, particularly in the UK. It's a thing of myth and legend, to be honest with you. They were up in the sort of North Midlands, Robin Hood, and it was actually an old mining town.
And say hi to.
And it was like I think some kind of maintenance yard or something like that. And Richard Stewart, that ran Robin Hood, he was not,
Steve
how should you say, that customer friendly. He was a nice guy. He just didn't want people turning up here, there, and everywhere. I think if John knows of him, that's I'm trying to be reasonably fair about Richard there.
I do know of the name. Yeah.
And I had some great chats with him, and he was very passionate about producing low cost, kit cars, and
completely different. I mean,
yes, but it was all. And it was interesting. He had a very, very good ability for coming up with buying stock at a really cheap price and then making it fit the kit car.
Wow.
Because I know one of the Steve Hull wrote a great article when he went and looked around the factory, and he almost expected to see sort of molten metal being poured out. And it was that kind of massive industrial building, which is what you just don't expect with a kit car manufacturer. And I arrived there about, I don't know, midday, and there was a queue of about 30 people waiting to pick the kits up.
Wow.
So you work your way on a good day. He was, he'd have about 6 or 8 days a year where he would allow you to collect the kit. And these were generally between probably 90 and 120 people.
Wow.
Each time. And it was an operation that, in kit car terms, almost of biblical proportions.
Yeah.
And you turn up, you get to the front, you give them your order number, and you get your card out, and they swipe your card, and do all that business. And then somebody comes trundling around the corner with, I think it was an old mining trolley with your whole kit on it. On one trolley, I kid you not. And you had the chassis across the top, and then all the panels underneath, and you had everything, including like windscreens and so on.
And all the stuff you'd ordered, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Because he didn't have a lot of flexibility in what you had with the kit. You buy like a base kit, and then, for example, one of the options was like fuel tanks that you could use the original Sierra one, or you could buy an aftermarket one, which is what I did, and you could buy alloy wheel sets. And I've actually got one of the brochures here, so I can give you some quick examples in a minute of what actually they were offering at the time.
Just extending.
But then you trundle out with your trolley to your van, and it was hilarious because there were people wander around saying, "Oh, I've only got one wiper."
A shed visit with a special friend.
And what it is, the way that he's designed it, and I've just noticed one of mine's actually cracked, is that the wipers, you cut one big wiper in half to make two half wipers.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that now.
Yeah, and all those kind of things. So it was quite funny, and people are looking at stuff that they've got. It's like, well, what do I do? You know, what does that do? And that kind of thing. So, and there's people humping all this up. There were people putting them on roof racks, you know, the chassis, and then all the it was, you know, for people who are into kit cars today, you couldn't imagine the scale of the operation, but
and the pandemonium. The pandemonium
it was, you got this sort of big trolley you're trundling. It's like you've gone mad at sort of one of the car accessory places.
Or an auto jumble or something like that.
You got it, yeah. It's like you've blown the mortgage at Bewley Auto Jumble.
Yeah.
So it was absolutely incredible. So, and then we got it home and obviously started building from there. So
yeah.
It really looks brilliant, I must say.
It does. It looks lovely in the alley finish as well.
Yeah. And Jason, the two of you are doing an incredible job to create something with great quality. I mean, the audio quality we finally got sorted out, but the video quality actually is quite excellent for this.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a look under the bonnet?
Would love that.
Definitely, yeah. And you can go through your registration process, because that's a non-Q plate as well. So
it is, and that's being that the cynical person I am about a lot of people in society, if I was going out global with my number plates, knowing how people can do things that are a little bit naughty with cloning vehicles, that's not actually the real number plate.
Right.
That's actually that one's off a SLK of all things. But it's actually a 1990 reg, and it's an age related based on the Sierra.
Yeah.
That I broke down. Now
for the donor,
For the donor, So it was interesting because they've changed the process in the UK now. Back in the good old days, and I don't know how far John goes back with kit cars.
Three major parts, wasn't it? I think, or whatever it was. I can't remember.
It was, and it was a good. It was. I've got to say, it was a good old days. That we had local officers, whereby they will actually send somebody out. You would get so far through, and then I think you sent. I can't remember the exact process, but I think you sent in your request for an SVA, and then they or your registration request, and they would send somebody out. Now this guy turned up in a nice suit, and I thought, well, he's not going to investigate very far. And I was saying, well, you want me to get some cardboard to lay on? And it was like a case of, we can see where you've put the chassis number, because you had to stamp it into the physical metal and have it on a separate plate.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, you've got it. And then we've got, you saw the engine number, and that was it. The rest of it, he was like, yeah, now I can see you used, because I think it's things like engine you get quite a lot of points for, don't you? And gearbox and rear axle.
Gearbox and rear diff, I think, were the three ones to go for, I think. Even if they weren't suitable, because you can swap them out later anyway. What it has and still is come a bit of a farce, because once you pass the test, you can do whatever the hell you like with it.
Christmas.
Well, funny you should mention that, John. Because this was a kit obviously designed around the Ford Pinto engine, which I think is known in the Canada and the States, possibly in slightly different capacities. But that was the typical Ford Sierra engine of the time, and obviously an engine that's been around in the Ford Capris, in Cortinas, and RS2000.
Usually 2 litre ones, the ones to go. But they did a 1.6, I think, 1.8 and 2 litre, I think. I can't remember.
I think you're right, John. Yeah. And interestingly, with this, they did. Well, I got a 1.6 to start with, and then promptly blew that up. Because you do well. It's like it's a budget. It was a budget build, and so I thought, well, I don't want to spend any money on the engine. It runs, it starts. That's all I'm worried about. So that sadly passed away after probably about 2 years, and then I went and picked up what was supposedly a tuned 2 litre Pinto and popped that in. And that did quite a few miles. I think it did a run to. It did a few runs to
give us a call
Le Mans and do the Spa and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I've had a few adventures in this car, and then that engine started to play up. So this was around about 2009. So I could 4-star petrol in the UK was starting to go away. I don't know if there's an equivalent situation in America, Jim, or Canada, where the older fuels, you got it. So I thought, well, I could spend an awful lot on things on a Pinto and get the valve seats done and get it tuned and all that kind of thing.
You have to get them hardened, didn't you? Because they took the lead out and all that kind of malarkey.
You got it.
They're still mucking around with it now, changing the the RON and the E10 now, I think it is, or whatever. Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, the ethanol content.
Ethanol. That's what it was. The ethanol content. Yeah.
So I took the decision at that point I was going to go Z-Tech.
Yeah.
So I went in a slightly interesting domestic situation. I popped out telling the wife I was off to buy an engine. I didn't lie. I sort of skipped the fact it was still wrapped in a Mondeo. And it gets worse because the Mondeo I brought was newer than the car she had at the time.
Oh, that would have gone down brilliantly. Yeah.
I think the English phrase is lead balloon. Yeah. So anyway, we ended up having to sort of factor in the cost of another car for her into the budget for that, unfortunately. And cost-wise, it was really good because it wasn't a bad car. I got it cheap because it was every panel was dented, but mechanically wise and wheels, tires, and everything else, I think I actually had a positive on that of about £200.
Oh, that's not too bad. Just selling bits off and parts off, and brilliant.
Yeah. So I was ahead of the game even before I started, which I thought was absolutely fantastic. Yeah. So just bear with me because I have a little secret catch under here.
Oh, you'll have to show us how that works. Is that?
I will in a minute. Unfortunately, I shouldn't have let go of that. I'm not sure it does work. Hang on.
Oh, hang on a second, folks. We've got a call coming in.
Sorry about the footage out there, guys, but
we're going to pause the video for a moment and bring in our good friend. See if I can remember how to do this. I'm just bringing you into the stream now. So I'm going to stop that share, and I'm going to bring in sharing my screen with a messenger call. That's what we got. Greetings, Winston. How are you today?
I'm very well, Jim. Happy holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays to you. I'm glad that we get to speak in person. I know that we've chatted briefly. You are a new member of 7 Spot, absolutely. And I wanted to say thank you for pointing me in the right direction with all those pictures from Signal Hill as you're driving or bombing around in Jim Page's Roxy. Fabulous.
Absolutely, yeah. What a great day. What a great morning yesterday. Absolutely fantastic with Craig Harper and a whole bunch of just like-minded enthusiasts.
Yeah.
So fantastic day yesterday.
Well, I just wanted these ones are just little brief calls. Just wanted to wish you a very happy holiday season and wishing you all the best for the new year.
Thank you, Jim, and the same to you.
Thank
you so much.
You have yourself a great day, and we will chat soon.
Awesome. Thank you, Jim.
All right. Thanks, cheers for now.
Cheers.
Wasn't that great, folks? And so easy. We back to our video. So it's back to Trevor. What a great day it was having Trevor with us. It was the beginning of something special for us at 7 Spot. Thank you, Trevor Rolfe.
Oh, nice.
So what I've actually done now, one of the reasons I've done this, and I'm just finding my pound shop selfie stick is not as good as I thought it was. Just bear with me 1 second.
That is very nice. Tell me about the injectors.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll talk. Well, I don't know how well people out there know about doing this conversion, but I've actually, Jim, I did a
those would look like
a blog on it. When I
is this in Rocar in the Rocar site?
No, I've got it's on Blogspot, but I can send you the link and you can add it below the stream afterwards if you want.
Yeah. That'd be great. On many nights that it's dark and wet and miserable.
Basically, I think John will hopefully correct me if I get it wrong, that the Zetec engine was actually originally at the bottom end of a CVH engine, which was like the one after the Pinto, which was also fitted to the Sierra.
Mainly Ford,
and then the top end and the head was a 16 valve head that was added on. Well, this meant that the bottom end will actually bolt up to the Sierra gearbox. You have to grind off one or two little bits on the engine to get the starter motor to fit, because I think the starter motor is then on the other side.
But at least you don't have to make another adapter plate or mess around.
No. Just a message to say thank you for calling in.
So
that's and
that was the main difference there. So that enabled it to be all bolted up. If you can go down, can you go down towards the engine mounts, Jason? The engine mounts I actually made up myself. I made a little. I got the engine where I wanted it, and then made little jigs up to create the mounts. And then I did a little bit of bird poo welding on them, and then took them around to someone competent to finish them off, because they're probably they're a bit Isambard Kingdom Brunel engineering, but they are very solid.
Yeah,
they're going to work. They're not going to snap. Yeah. So and then on the inlet side, I've got motorcycle carburetors there. I think they're off for 1200 Kawasaki.
Yeah, bike carb. Yeah, Kawasaki, you say. Yeah, did you have to rejet them or?
Yes, and I've probably overjetted them. You see, there's a bit of fuel splash back there. But I do have a set of very nice, properly set up carburetors with a danced manifold, which are going to go on next winter.
Oh, okay. But
the challenge with this, when you go from Pinto to Zetec, obviously the inlet and the exhaust swap sides.
Exactly. So you had to do some panel work, presumably, on the bonnet.
Well,
you've got a little bit of an over exhaust.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of panel work. The biggest problem is here, which is the brake master cylinder. Now, if you noticed, on the earlier pictures I've sent you, there was actually a brake servo behind that.
Right. Yeah.
So I've removed that.
Yeah.
So, and you see, unfortunately, the manifold really is too short, because I've had to do it really short to get in behind that brake master cylinder, which is not really ideal. And you've got brake pipes going across like the inlet tracks and things like that. And anyone who owns a kit car will fully appreciate the situation where you do something as a quick fix, and that was 11 years ago.
Yeah.
So that is something I've been meaning to get around to doing.
Yeah.
But cooling wise, I'll go on to what I've done at the front. But what I've done, a lot of people go down the water rail route, but I've used the original Ford thermostat housing at the back. Come off that, because what to make this all fit, I've just remembered, it's all just coming back to me slowly, is you have to move the engine and gearbox, I think it's 65 millimeters forward.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
So and that meant a longer prop shaft, and I've got a dogleg gear lever to make it all fit.
Yeah.
Right.
So so I've used the original thermostat, and then that goes forward to the Polo radiator, and then there's below it.
So many kit cars use a Polo rad. There's one in ours now. Okay, yeah.
It's just so simple, isn't it? It's exactly what exactly what you need. So
I'm interested by your radiator and that vent there, because it looks like you're pulling air in from the front and chucking it out through the top.
Yeah.
I thought you might be spotting that one. Yeah. I'm a little bit.
I was just going straight into the engine. There's nothing to stop it going through, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. And I'm a little bit obsessive on cooling. I don't know why. I've just bought, when I had the Pinto in it, I had the fan cowl to the radiator really tight and so on.
Yeah.
But I did lose a rotor arm on the Pinto because the engine bay got really hot and it wrecked the rotor arm. So I was a little bit obsessed, and I'm sort of going a little bit sort of GT40.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I've not seen that before on a 7, but I assume it works. Obviously,
it's great for downforce.
It does, yeah. Well, I haven't gone. I think with the rest of the aerodynamics, Jim, I think that's probably outside of having a real benefit to us.
Yeah.
But it just seems to work really well. And of course, as John's mentioned, all the hot air goes straight out of the top of the engine bay.
Yeah.
And so you can see Jason's just coming.
Sucking any of that hot air in through your Kawasaki carburetors.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the only thing is, and I'm slightly suspicious I've done slightly too good a job, because there's not that much air getting around it to the engine bay and to the cabin, especially when you've got the roof on. So I might have to put a little bit of ducting in to sort that, but that's on the to-do list. But I just thought it just sort of came to me as a logical solution to get around it.
I think
the fan on the front is actually the original one from the Robin Hood kit, which you get with the kit when it sort of comes as a original package.
It's got some big blades on it as well, isn't it? 4 blades.
It has,
blades. Yeah.
You don't want to stick your fingers in that when it's rotating.
No, when that's going, you want to stay well away from that. Yeah.
You've got it. So, but I say as a conversion,
you can see the bent chassis tubes there, where they've bent them at the front lock as well.
Yep.
Another example there of how
there's a good example there. Unfortunately, most of the rest of it is covered up, but that's a good example of that one tube. I'll tell you what, Jason, let's come around the other side, and I'm doing this from memory, but that one tube
all the way to the back, I reckon.
Yep, it goes all the way to the back, and then I think comes around down and possibly joins in with the one below, just in front of the wheel arch, and then there's a similar one below it.
Yeah, one weld at the front, one weld at the back.
Yeah, which just compared to someone having to weld every joint, just saves so much time.
Yeah.
Happy holidays from Vancouver, Canada.
Absolutely unique.
To all of our 7-spot members. Unique. And have a wonderful holiday season
as well.
And a terrific year.
The famous alligator bonnet. Well, that's how it's originally done. Now, interestingly, I've one of the reasons
like that.
Well, that was how the Robin Hood was designed.
Right.
Now, that was how the idea. You got the pivot bolts at the back, and it all lifted up and gave you good access. And again, this is a thing of if it not having to provide too many parts, because your whole windscreen assembly and everything all just goes onto the one piece, and you haven't got a separate scuttle to consider. But one thing I'd read about, which I was slightly concerned that if you had a front impact, it's going to transfer straight from that nose cone all the way down and push the screen back, and possibly you're going to be behind that.
Yeah.
So this is why John picked up on it, that double catch system I've got is that I've built quite a structure down behind here, which is for the where the bonnet catch is, and that's the original Sierra bonnet catch there.
Yeah.
So that's quite a substantial structure. So if it did get a front impact, it would take an awful lot for that to get shoved back beyond that point. And the little thing you saw me doing with my hand underneath is that when you've got like a normal car, you'll pop the bonnet and then you'll go around the front and slide your fingers in below and pop it.
Yeah.
Well, obviously I'm giving away a long kept secret here, John, just for your benefit.
You can't do that on that, can you? I see you've got a new
So underneath here, where Jason's just going to get his whiz bang wallop camera, I've got a secondary bonnet catch.
Oh, very nice.
Under there, which is the same one from under the dash of the Sierra. But what that actually does, if you go up to the top, Jason, by the front, if I'll pull it backwards and forwards, it pulls that secondary bit of the catch.
Oh, okay, got it. There you go.
Yeah.
So that releases your bonnet.
Cool.
So
very
well
well thought out.
Well, thank you very much. It was a. I always remember before this. I had a little bit of a play with a Dutton, which I never got very far with. But I always remember talking to one of the guys there, and he says, "Cars like Caterhams and Westfields, you assemble. Cars like Robin Hoods and Duttons, you build them."
Yes.
And I think that's a really good way of looking at it. That those guys are you're having to think on your feet so much with everything you're doing.
Yeah.
Now, just while we were touching on chassis, I'll just find. Hopefully, Jason can come in on that one for you. that is actually a great shot from inside the original brochure.
Yeah, the chassis and the space frame. You can see this. Yeah, we keep coming back to this. There's not many welds in that.
What it took to bend all that tube and get it absolutely spot on. That's quite remarkable.
Yeah. Well, spot on is not often a phrase that's associated too closely with Robin Hood.
Yeah.
So I have had mine set up on one of these little weighted bench setups with geometry and everything else, and it was remarkably close.
Yeah.
I was a bit anal, as they describe it, in actually getting things spot on and level, and getting just simple things. Because of if you remember the way I said about the way the rear suspension subframe, there's no actual properly drilled mounting points for it. It's sort of where it ends up.
Yeah.
But I spent a lot of time getting that dead in line with the car by putting plates and so on bolted to the rear hubs, so I could get direct alignment forward. And that really, I think's made a difference, because it has,
Yeah. Once you've done it, if it's out, you've had it. Yeah. You're going to be stuck with it. You're going to be stuck with it. Yeah.
Can I ask you about the tunnel on that? Does it have a separately welded piece of tube for the tunnel, or how does the prop shaft protection work?
What, the transmission tunnel, you mean?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, what we got, where Jason there in the middle is looking at, is there's two tubes there.
Yeah.
That come together. That one goes each side of the gear shift, and then they come together, and then work their way down to the back. You can possibly see it.
It's a very narrow tunnel as well. Ours is quite wide. We've got an MK. It's quite wide. Let's have a look at the picture.
Yeah, there we go. Can you?
Yeah, I can see that. There. But the question I have is: have you welded in a hoop or maybe two? No, it's just free. Your drive shaft just turns freely.
Sorry, Jim, I'm not sure exactly what you mean. There's there's basically stainless steel floor underneath.
Yeah, I'm just talking about a hoop like this, like to wrap around the drive shaft, so in case one of your U joints lets go.
Like what they call a prop catcher. So if it comes off at one end,
I know what you mean.
It can't fall down. Yeah.
No. We
you live dangerously.
I live dangerously, but the only other thing is, when I put the Z-Tech engine in, I had to get that prop shaft extended by this sort of 65 millimeters.
Yes.
And when I took it to a guy up in Leeds, thankfully I was on the way to a meeting in Harrogate, which for the people in England, they'll know where we'll be.
That's very handy. Yeah,
it was. It was a 2-day meeting. Dropped off on the way up and picked it up on the way back. It was brilliant. And
that's a successful meeting then. Don't know how it went.
Yeah.
Definitely successful. Yeah.
I wasn't worried about the rest of it, but that bit of it was great. And the guy said that there was no, on the original Robin Hood prop shaft, there was no balance weight on it at all. It literally just been assembled.
Right.
So when he's done this one, he's put new UJs in it, and he's properly balanced it. So whether it being such a short prop, you can get away with that. I don't know if that's a reason, but it was a bit of an eye opener for me. But again, when you say, you use the word spot on when you talked about Robin Hood, and that's not usually two phrases that are put together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They were built down to a price. You know, this kit in 2001, I think, with all the extras I brought, was about £2,000. And I think it roughly, to get on the road, was about another 1,000. So in kit terms, it was a bargain.
There, guys.
Yeah,
I'm going to put this video on pause.
I mean, they're pretty easy to put together. If you've got a basic spanner kit, pliers, that kind of thing, you don't have to.
Answer the phone, Nick. Well, hello, Nick.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
Well, season's greetings. He stole my thunder. Season's greetings to you and all of yours, Nick Bradley. Thanks for being with us today. So this is just a quick call in, and I wanted to say thanks, and I hope you're having a wonderful Christmas.
Yeah, I'm just cooking. It's
Are
good.
you really?
It's good. It's yeah. I don't know what time is it over there.
Let's see. What time is it? It's now 8:37 in the morning.
Okay, well it's 20 to 5 over here, so in the afternoon.
Well,
so
I'm really happy that you did speak to us. I mean, it's always great to have you with us. So I'm going to wish you for this holiday season all the best. And I'm really looking forward to getting together with you on the other side of 2023. How's that?
No, I'm looking forward to it as well. But hopefully we'll have that bloody car running.
Oh.
And hopefully I'll have some pictures of what we were discussing earlier.
Yeah, no, we'll keep that under wraps. It's a big secret. But folks, stay tuned. Nick has got a secret that he will share.
It's I'll tell you what, it's something else as well. God. Anyway, yes.
So all the best to you, and yours, and also all the best to Beck's family, Facebook group, and we'll see you in the new year.
Jim, look after yourself. Be good.
All right.
And
cheers.
honestly, have a fantastic day.
All right.
Enjoy.
All right. Cheers
Be
for
good.
now. Bye now.
Bye.
Isn't that great, guys? Wonders of modern technology using old technology of Messenger. Let's get back to Trevor Rolfe and his wonderful Robin Hood.
To do any specialist welding or
no?
Well, let me ask you another dumb question. I know that in my build, my instruction manual is about 3 pages deep. And, and that was about it.
One of them was a picture on the front. Yes.
Yeah, and that's really the next question. How much instructions came with your kit?
Wow. You're going. You remember I told you about the folklore of the picking up of the kit.
What does this do? Where does that go?
It's just
you got
thank it. Thank you for shopping. Goodbye.
Yeah, you got it. And that's pretty much that. And the other element was the build videos, which was something else. And you got we're going back now with back into the dark days. That younger viewers they'll have to probably Google this. But you had 4 3-hour VHS tapes.
Yeah, VHS or Betamax. Betamax was the better quality. I do remember that. VHS won it at the day, just free marketing.
You got it. So the VHS tapes were a thing of legend. I think you can actually find them on YouTube.
And that came with that. They came with the kit, yeah.
That was included. Yeah.
Wow.
But the best thing was they weren't particularly in sequence. Especially if you had something amended. They were sort of generally there, but they were a little bit erratic with going from one thing to another, and things like the windscreen frame assembly and how that's put together was a generic one from a previous version of the Robin Hood and so on, of how you put it together.
Yeah,
and things like that. But they weren't bad. It was the funniest bit is when you when he got to a point where obviously it wasn't going quite right, it was suddenly cut and then restart having completed it.
Yeah, here's one we did earlier.
You got it.
A bit like Blue Peter when that used to go wrong. Yeah,
you got it. Yeah, here's one I prepared earlier and carry on. So. Just one interesting thing now, as Jason's wandering around with his new super duper toy, is another one of the budget elements of Robin Hood was how that grey dashboard was a stainless steel laser cut panel.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the holes are cut to suit the Ford Sierra dials.
Okay.
So they are original Sierra dials.
Yeah, I recognise those. Yeah.
Yeah, sat behind like a template.
Yeah.
So it gives you the impression of separate dials.
But in fact,
it's original.
It's the whole pod, the whole section. Yeah.
You got it. Yeah. Well, I think the original front normally on the sea area, you'd have like a curved element to it, wouldn't you? With the front, you cut that off.
Yeah, the top or whatever. Yeah, like a cowl, little bit or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. And from memory, I think they even included a little bit of perspex that you did that with. So you cut it down, and I had a couple of little bits of aluminium angle, and that was your dial sorted out.
It does look tidy as a dash. I mean, looking at it, they look like individual instruments. Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
But again, for going down that budget route, what a great way of keeping costs down.
I'm going to stop and just put a pause on Trevor's amazing Robin Hood story here, just to bring a couple of updates. Happy Christmas to everyone, or whatever other seasonal celebration you are celebrating, or even if you're not celebrating anything seasonal, have a great day. But I just want to let you know, at 7 Spot, we do have some upcoming attractions. We are planning even more walkarounds, and I'm not going to tell anybody about that until I've confirmed dates and times, but that's what we do at 7 Spot. Lots of walkaround interviews, just so that we can see the cars and hear the stories. We've got a new topic that we're introducing, which is going to be a series of mini documentaries, and it's going to be on Gone But Not Forgotten. The kit car manufacturing industry is rife with those that have passed on before, and we don't want their stories to die. And there's so many really cool cars that I know of, and we've actually started work on a documentary, and that'll be coming out soon. We've got a webinar planned for building a low cost. If you're planning to build a low cost, go to our YouTube channel, look for the webinar icon, and then sign in. It's free. And we've got lots of room for registrants. We can have, I believe it's 125 people in the room. So please do sign up. And we've got some exciting shed visits, some in Vancouver and some elsewhere. There are some very cool builders nearby, and there's some wonderful cars, and that's all I can tell you right now. But we are going to visit some people in person, and I'm going to bring you a great show. So we've also got an interesting story, and it's one that it was brought to us by a Facebook member, and I guess it ties into the Gone But Not Forgotten story, but there is some intrigue, and that's all I can tell you. I'm not going to give you the name of our Facebook friend, and I'm not going to tell you the name of the mark, but there is more to this story than presents itself on the surface. So let's enjoy the Christmas season. Have yourself a happy new year, and let's get back to Trevor and his amazing Robin Hood.
Yeah. I mean, dials are horrifically expensive. If you go down like the Smiths route or whatever, serious money.
Whereas the idea was, a budget car that you could. I bumped into Richie Stewart when he was always quite frantic at the shows because there was a lot going on. But me and a couple of friends bumped into him in an aisle, and we were mentioning we got them, and he was so enthusiastic. And he says, "But isn't it great?" He says, "You've got something there that costs you £3,000. Mm-hmm. Your wife's not going to nag you to sell it because." It's not 15, 20 grand in there, and you're waiting for it. You have to try and use it every day, and she wants a new kitchen or something like that.
It. Yeah,
exactly.
It's a bit of a cult, isn't it?
Yeah, there's.
Realistically, you've carved out a certain niche in the kit car world, and it's quite unique. I'm drawn to it because I love kit cars, but when I look at the community, at the road car community, it's quite unique. You guys are quite passionate, and that's the other part. The other part of our little show that I wanted to touch on is it's not just about you; it's about the community. And you've got the fantastic website, but you've also got the Facebook page, which I am going to show quickly now. Because can you just take a moment and tell us about the Southwest Robin Hood Kit Car Club?
Well, it's not actually my group. Anthony Godden is the guy that runs that, and he's the
I'm aware of that, but I just wanted to ask. I mean, I've asked him if he wanted to participate in the show, and he hasn't. You know, he's I don't think he likes being in front of a camera. So,
as you've noticed, I'm really shy and I'm not good at it. So,
oh, you're kidding me? You're doing great.
So Jason's chuckling away.
Yeah.
It's like a lot. There's an awful lot of these groups in England on Facebook, which have, and I'm treading dangerous territory here from John because he might suddenly disconnect me.
I know what you're going to say.
The things have evolved dramatically from when you used to send off your £10, annual membership, and you get a quarterly magazine from somebody. The communication now is just so instant.
Yeah, Jim will relate to that as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I think is fantastic. It's a great way of getting things up and running, and
that's why we're doing this. Really,
yeah.
I mean, realistically, that's why we're doing this.
And you can sort of post on there to say, I fancy a run to so and so, or I'm going to this meet, or anything like that. And you get things together, and it can be absolutely brilliant. And you can do it off the cuff. It's a very low cost base, and I know some of the groups still have a membership fee and so on. But I know also, a lot of them are, I've been involved with different groups where effectively we've run for zero cost because Facebook's there. It's an excellent way, I think, of networking with people.
Yeah, definitely.
And back in I think 2011, I think we had something like 8 cars go to Le Mans.
Nice.
And we all went down in convoy from the local group. I think there was 14 of us actually travelled. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it was one of those really hot Le Mans events, and we had a great time. And that was all through the power of Facebook and the internet.
Yeah, we've got a lot going this year from our group as well, Northwest Kit Car Owners Group. So there we go. Yeah, they'll be down again this year. And you're right. Again, they all go in convoy, and if there's any breakdowns or whatever, just sort them out.
Yeah,
exactly so. And I think the breakdowns make part of the adventure. Unfortunately,
definitely, yeah.
And one of our guys had a complete breakdown one year and had to be recovered, and then the following year had a really bad misfire, and it was like a 1950s Formula One car that he had to get it up to a certain speed before it would pull away.
Oh yeah.
And because I was a passenger, by the time I got home, I had the imprint of the duct tape that he wrapped his roll bar in my hands. And I'm sure if I look closely, I can still just about see it. So I'm just trying to think of anything else that. Well, you shoot the questions, guys. I'm just trying to think, anything else that people might find interesting on what I've done and changes and so on.
Yeah, you're obviously running the Sierra diff on the back of that.
Yes.
Yeah. Any idea what gearing? To be honest, I can't even remember what ours is, but ours is geared obviously on a private road, of course.
Of course.
It's geared for about 120 miles an hour, so it's very, very highly geared. Just so the acceleration's a bit stupid.
Well, mine's off a 1 point. I think it's still got the tab on there, but I need to have a proper look at it. But the 1.6 diff, I think, was quite a low ratio one. I think.
Got another
so
call
that's what's in it because it came for 1.6 Sierra.
There. We've got Paul. Yeah. Wow.
So actually, Jason's wandering. He's just gone to somewhere quite interesting. So I'm going to point him back there while he's looking at the cycle wing
bracket. We've got a call in. It's important. So let's hang in there, Paul. Just a second. I'm bringing you in. Let's see. Got to find out how to do this exactly. I got to stop sharing that tab. And I'm going to bring in Paul. Let's see how to do that. Now I'm going to bring in share screen, messenger call. There we go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Season's greetings to you, Paul Wild.
And to all you lot, 7 Spot and all that's tuned in.
Just like this is too great. And I'm so happy you did call because, I was hoping you would, because I was hoping to pick up a few tidbits about what is happening with mini kits. I mean, you sent me some videos of your ownership of the Scorcher. You are a mad dog.
Yeah, it's a deadly thing that was. I had to sell that before it killed me.
No kidding. Now, Craig has some news that he's going to be releasing. Is he releasing it today, or when is it coming out?
He should be later on tonight, I believe.
Okay, perfect. If you can send him a note and remind him to post it on 7 Spot, because who knows if I'm going to be sober by that time. Probably will. I actually don't drink, smoke, or do drugs. My wife tells me, other than the fact that I still think unclean thoughts, I have no redeeming vices. So there you go. But I'm looking forward to following you and Mini Kits. And thank you for participating on 7 Spot. It's been just wonderful.
Brilliant. Thanks for having us.
Okay.
And you've only got one bad point in your course.
There you go. Have yourself a great Christmas season and a very wonderful 2024. Looking forward to catching up with you in the new year.
And you will do, Jim, and thank you.
All right.
And send it back to you lot.
All right. Cheers again.
Okay, matey.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Wow, that was great. Let's bring in, we'll stop that screen and we will go and present Trevor Rolfe again. For the love of Robin Hood. Wow. What a great show.
Now,
thank you guys
one of the great
for sharing the journey.
came
Absolutely
when you
wonderful.
picked up the kit was this long tube with like a series of 45 and 90-degree bends in it. It was probably about 4 foot long. And you're there scratching your head as to what on earth is this? And then you eventually get through the build videos, and there's actually the cycle wing brackets.
And
unfortunately,
we've got
they weren't particularly designed to last very long. So anybody who's fitted those, they have a nasty habit of cracking, and I welded them back together a couple of times, and they weren't really weren't good. But what I have found that is on there, which is really good, is I think they're for like an MK or something similar to that. I think I got them off eBay, and they're a much more sound arrangement, and they're a much better looking cycle wing as well. The other one was all these different bits of tubes. You had to sort of cut and shut it and slot one over another, and bolt it through. It was really quite, to be honest, quite horrible.
Yeah, probably a little bit overthought. Yeah.
Oh, but again, it was a budget, you see, because with a CNC machine, you could bend that in probably 2 minutes. There's no, you look at these, there's quite a lot of welding going on and that kind of thing. So there was quite a bit of difference there. So I think it was the cost element, and other things like the fuel tank. I've got the I think the 30-litre version, which sits down at the back by the spare wheel.
That's nice.
But I'm just going to point down here for Jason, is that you could fit the original Sierra tank, all 45 litres of it or whatever, but it would actually protrude through into the cockpit just above where I've got the handbrake.
Yeah.
So, and of course, it also meant you didn't have a boot.
I was going to say, you've got a boot on there as well. You've got much space in that.
It's reasonable. Hang on, I'll just grab.
We've got nothing on ours at the moment, but I know MK do the boot boxes. I can see you've got wet weather gear there as well. With the
I've got a full roof.
Hang
on, I'm just going to have to lean this forward, otherwise I just know it's going to come down and take my fingers off, which will be irritating at least.
Yeah, definitely.
Makes for great TV though.
Yeah, it would do.
Yeah, but not sort of channels where you want to go to. But yeah, I've just lined it with 6mm plywood.
Yeah, reasonable out of space, that is.
That's actually quite good, isn't it?
Well, going to the sort of likes of Le Mans and that kind of thing, it's been able to get quite a lot in there, and then you sort of bolt you can put stuff on top as well. And what I also made was a from the old rotary clothesline. I actually made a really nice rack that hung over the spare wheel.
Sure, yeah.
And you know, to be honest, I put the stuff which, if it fell off the back somewhere down the auto route, it wasn't sort of terminal. You know.
you weren't too worried about losing it. Yeah, it wasn't
exactly.
A trip. Yeah.
Yeah, you checked that the local supermarket supplied it, and you were fine, and you carry on, kind of thing. So, but yeah, it's got. You know, I've been 3 or 4 Le Mans. I've also been to Spa in it. And that was a little story all on its own, because we got off on the French side on the way there, and about 10 miles up the road, the TVR that we were travelling with put a stone through my windscreen.
Oh.
And at this point, I suddenly discovered we had a toughened windscreen, not a laminated one.
Oh.
So if you can imagine driving about 70 miles an hour, of course, with all of a sudden you're looking through a frosted window, which was quite exciting. So we managed to knock it out and sort of carry on. But it did get quite cold on the way home. The only thing, because we couldn't find anything to replace the windscreen in Belgium. But what we did find was a cardboard tube, which was like the center of like a roller carpet.
Oh yeah.
And we actually wedged it in the bottom of the screen, like an aero screen, like a wind deflector.
Yeah.
I'm only 5'7", so I could just see over the top, so it was ideal. So it took most of the wind off me. Yeah. And we duct taped of course we had a roll of duct tape with us. We duct taped.
Everybody does. Everybody with a kit car has at least one. Yeah.
You got it. And we duct taped the rear view mirror to it as well. So we were fine, and we headed back like that. So
good to go. Yeah. Brilliant.
So a few adventures in that respect. One thing we haven't talked about is wiring and electrics.
Oh dear.
Don't talk to me about wiring.
We were doing so well.
It's simple. You get somebody else to do it.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, there's 2 options. There was I've actually got the original Sierra loom in there.
Yeah.
And we
own the car. Yeah.
Yeah. And we stripped out all the sort of excess circuits, like alarm and that kind of thing.
That's where I would go wrong. I'd be cutting the wrong wires out.
Well, we very carefully, as I took it out, everything had a little like masking tape label on what it was.
Oh, okay. Identifying stuff like that, yeah.
Identifying stuff like that, and it was quite funny. I could find some other pictures where it looks like you've got enough wiring coming out the back to go to another car behind. It's like you could wire a trailer up. Because obviously the length of the car is much shorter.
I'm feeling quite guilty right now.
And so behind the dash is the original Sierra fuse box, and then we just pared everything down, and obviously using the original controls on the steering.
We've got a call coming in.
Absolute benefit to that.
One moment, it looks tidy. We'll be right with you. I have to pause.
So I really must have dusted. I should have dusted the top of that.
Sorry about that, Trevor Rolfe, but we've got another call in. Happy holidays. So one moment while I got to close this screen, stop that screen, and we're going to bring in, hang on there, folks. We've got a messenger call coming in from Trevor Harmer. Trevor, how are you today? Happy holidays.
Happy what?
Happy Christmas then.
That's better. Happy holidays. Do you know the problem is there's too many Trevors about?
Yes, there's never too many, but today I'm tongue-tied because my stream is exploding. I had no idea. I thought I was just going to be playing a bunch of our bank of hundreds of live streams and walking around in the background, but literally my phone lines have been exploding. Thank you for calling in.
You're welcome. How are you anyway?
I'm doing great.
Looks
so
like you're still
I hope you're
sober.
having a wonderful Christmas day.
I am, yes, rather slightly inebriated and very fat-free with food. But there we go.
That's great. Well, that's what the reason for the call. I just want everybody to extend their season's greetings and to wish you all the very best for the coming 2024.
Thank you, and the same for you in Seven Spot. It's amazing how it's grown over the last 18 months.
Yes, I think we've got a whole bunch of wonderful people who are contributing to our live streams and our recorded shows, and you're one of them. And there's another Trevor that has had an awful lot to do with it, and I don't want to mention any names, but his initials are Trevor Rolfe, and he's been doing just a yeoman's job at spreading the word for Seven Spot.
Absolutely, I lost the link there for a few seconds, so I didn't quite know what you said. All I got was Seven Spot.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say that folks like you and the work that you've done to share the word, for instance, the great job that you did at the NEC was absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, that was quite interesting. Because I said, Jim, I've only got 10 minutes.
I know
my phone's running low, and what happens? And an hour later, and that was an hour and 40 minutes, I think it was.
Yeah.
Well, I was wandering around.
Yeah. And I empathize completely. I did a live stream a while back, but from a local car show, and I was on for 2.5 hours. And I happened to learn a long time ago that our little phones don't last long. I bought myself a great big battery pack, and I carry that around everywhere now.
I don't blame you. I almost had a full battery when I started, but it's surprising how much energy it does take.
Yeah.
On these phones, but hey, needs must and all that.
All right.
Anyway, I'd just like to say Merry Christmas to everybody.
Yeah.
Trevor Rolfe, John Minion in the background there, and hopefully I'll catch up with everybody in 2024.
Okay.
Hope everybody has a great weekend and a great 2024. Oh, and one last thing, Jim.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I hope you don't mind me mentioning this, but we've got something very important going on in April.
It's a secret.
Dare I mention it? It's secret. I don't want it to be a secret.
Tell us what it is then.
Kit Fest.
Really?
Yeah, Kit Fest. and it's going to be in Northampton. Northampton.
It's at Northampton this year.
Santapod Raceway.
Yep.
Santapod Raceway on April the 12th, 13th, and 14th, all weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And it's running alongside Santapod's own show, which is the Fast Show.
Mm-hmm.
And that runs on the Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
But on the Saturday, it runs alongside Run What You Brung.
Yep.
So they've got so much going on there. Drifting.
Yeah.
They've even got stunts, professional stunt team and everything else there. And there's so much to see and do.
Well,
you get two shows.
The big question I've got for you is, will it be Cobra time or will it be Tiger time at the strip for Trevor?
I'll have to wait and see. I don't think I would go down the strip with the Cobra.
No.
Tiger is under quite a bit of renovation over the Christmas period, so Cutie's going to get some love. So I've been getting in the ribs quite a bit about Cutie being left in the background because of Millie that I've got now. So no, she's going to get some love, and yeah, she may make an appearance at Kit Fest. Why not?
Perfect. Well, my friend, have yourself a great balance of Christmas, and we will see you on the other side of 2023.
Same to you, Jim. You take care.
All right. Cheers for now. That was great. Thank you so much, Trevor. That was awesome. All right. Cheers. And back to the video, folks. And we've got someone else calling in. John Minion's calling in now. Hang on a sec. I got to bring in John Minion. Okay. Here we go. Okay, we are now connected to John Minion. John, you're not quite in on the screen yet because I have to bring you. You'll learn this because you'll have to do this yourself on your shows. But I'm going to share a screen with, I believe, it's hang on a sec, Facebook. No, perhaps that's not you. Actually, I can't. I'm going to call you back. Hang on a sec. And I'm going to do it this way, folks, just because it goes better. And answer the phone, John.
Hey, Jim.
Season's greetings, my friend.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Yep. Did you get any car parts under the tree this year?
No, not well. I'm waiting for something, some brake parts, but Santa is going to be a little bit late this year.
Yeah. Well, I hope you're having a good one.
I am. How about you?
Yeah, during Britain, I picked up on this your live stream, and it just popped up, and I thought I'd have a quick look at it. I can't believe how many live streams you've actually done.
Well, that's actually, to be candid and the absolute truth of 7-Spot and the live streams is, I just did them. They started back during the days of the pandemic, and I was just going stir crazy, and I just needed a way to reach out and talk to another human being. And being that I am a kit car and sevens fool, I thought I'd find some people on Facebook and see if I could entice them into doing a call with me, and it just took off from there. It's just, I'm not a wizard at being a show host. I'm certainly not a TV type of person, but I just enjoy hearing the stories. That's the biggest thing for me. So it's been great. And thank you for participating and sharing your story too. So
it's the sheer depth and breadth of cars that you've covered off as well, and the manufacturers. Brilliant.
Yeah. Well, these things have a way of evolving. I mean, we've gone from the walkarounds, and we're still doing walkarounds, but now we're doing things like webinars. And we've got the webinar plan for all around building a low cost. And if folks want to, jump in on that and learn how to build their own low cost, they can go to our YouTube channel and find any one of the videos that says webinar on it and join. That's going to be great. But we're also, you and I started doing documentaries. The one that we did with TMC Costin was fabulous. And wow. Yeah. That was a wonderful story in itself. And it's a story that many do not know. And now we've got future mini documentaries, if you will, that we're going to be doing on, as I said, gone but not forgotten. There's just, these many kit car manufacturers that are sadly no longer with us. They're gone, but the cars are not gone, and the enthusiasm for them is absolutely not gone. So we're looking forward to expanding that on that topic.
Big following for a lot of the cars that manufacturers that are no longer in business. I mean, the TMC Costin thing. I mean, we started just looking at Frank Costin, wasn't it? I think. And then we realised just what he'd actually done in terms of de Havilland and so on. And who's the Irish guy that we managed to track down as well?
Sean Thompson.
That's the one, Sean Thompson.
Yeah, and Billy Doyle.
Track him down to Ireland and do a live stream with him, which is brilliant.
Yeah, it's just been great. And I'd like to thank everybody. I mean, these things that I do are not about me. They're about everybody else's story. I freely admit it. And it's just like my eyes have been, I've been blinking my eyes, and they never cease to reveal more and new stories. It's just like amazing stuff.
Brilliant. Yeah. And you're right. It's the stories behind the car. All we need to do is point a camera at anybody's car and get you to talk about it.
Well, it's just like cars and coffee, isn't it? I mean, even the shyest, most quiet type of personality, if they bring their cars to Cars and Coffee, and somebody walks up, and the cars do the talking, we just happen to open our mouths and help tell the story. That's literally how it works. And
that's when you get the best stories out of people as well. I mean, as I say, looking at these live feeds that you've done, some of the stories that actually come out, especially the Trevor Rolfe one.
Oh yeah, he doesn't need to any words to describe him. He's epic. What can we say?
Yeah, and it was the winter vacation one that we did as well. Some of the stories that came out on that were just brilliant. Yeah.
Can you just say that last part again? I didn't quite catch it.
I was going to say some of the stories that came out on the one that we did on the winter vacation live stream, which was from.
Actually, that's the next video that's coming up. We've literally been on for over 2 hours, so I don't know how long I'm going to let the stream go. But as long as people keep phoning in and at all interested, we'll just play it. I mean, the whole idea for this morning, I thought, well, I'll just play a stream and people can just watch it in the background and be bemused. I had no idea that people would be actually phoning in or just tuning in to say hi. Then I just think that's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm going to go off and open a beer, put my feet up, and watch the rest of this. Thanks, Jim.
All right. Cheers for now. We will talk to you later. As you say, be seeing you.
Be seeing you.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye. Well, isn't that great, guys? Just like I said, I had no idea that people would actually be phoning in on Christmas Day, and I just was going to play some videos in the background just to have it. It's sort of like the 7-spot equivalent to the Yule log on TV, but better. So let's get back to Trevor. For the love of Robin Hood.
That's on the car side, and that's where touch wood pretty reliably. What had to do with the engine, of course, was when we moved from as Pinto engine. There was no, it was sort of fairly self-sufficient because it had the distributor and so on. Mm-hmm. And obviously the Mondeo one relied on an ECU.
Yeah.
Now we did look at trying to use the Mondeo ECU, and I'm with John. There was just so many circuits and interlocks. Like if it didn't like the alarm circuit, it wouldn't let the engine start and things like that. So there was potential.
Yeah, so many sensors on them. It's the same with our bike engines, which they can drive you mad. Yeah.
I have a lot of sensors that are filled with silicone, so I can drive the thing. I'm not joking.
And then we moved. So what I moved to was a Mega Jolt as the for the ignition. So that literally just. So no, Mega Jolt. The Mega Squirt is for the fuel injection.
Yeah. Okay.
So the Mega Jolt literally through what they call an EDIS 4 unit, which is was fitted to some of the 90s Ford cars.
Yeah.
They were. It runs through that and then provides the wiring to the coil pack to produce the spark
at the right times, and obviously everything. Yeah.
And the Mega Jolt came with a map for the Ford Zetec engine, and that's literally all it's running, and it's been fine.
You've not had it mapped or anything like that, or rolling road tune, just gone with the standard map. Yeah.
To be honest, I've not been. My car is definitely not a show pony. It's more about use and just a bit of enjoyment. I'm not
really.
Yeah, and I'm not.
I know. I mean, to be fair, ours has been rolling road tune, but that's because well, it's a bike engine, and we've changed all the exhaust and the inlets, the air filters and stuff.
But
like
you had
that.
a Pinto engine too, did you not? And then
I was going to mention that the wiring on ours, because it was a Ford 2-litre Pinto, and it got swapped for a Yamaha R1 bike engine.
Oh, okay.
So the Sierra wiring is now spliced into the bike wiring, which is interesting. It's also got 2 immobilizers on it. So for the bike ECU, it needs the original bike key, because that's got a transponder in it. And if the ECU doesn't see that, nothing's going to happen. So we've got the steering lock one for the Sierra, and then we've got another one which I won't tell you where it is, but it's hidden away. So we've actually got 2 keys to start ours.
It's an anti-theft device.
Well, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, you go.
I'm sure it got my insurance premium down as well, because that's with the steering lock. That's three types of anti-theft device.
Well, once you've explained that to the insurance company, I reckon they work on the basis nobody can nick it, so it's got to drop your premium.
I don't think anybody would want to be fair. And well, certainly, unless you know anything about bike engines, you won't know what to do with it anyway.
Thanks, Paul.
No, I can quite imagine.
Yeah,
guys, I'm struggling to think of anything else that I could probably, tell you about, or I think people would be interested to hear.
No, I think that you've done really, really well. I mean, you've given us 56 minutes so far. I mean, it's just absolutely fabulous. And you know what? I said from the very beginning, this is a new adventure for both John and myself, because this is not just for 7-Spot. This is for the Southwest Robin Hood Kit Car Club as well. And we hope to do more with you and for the club. So, because this is the type of stuff that expands interest. And as I've said with 7-Spot, we've got a lot of Robin Hood owners, and I encourage everybody, please check out the Facebook page, which I will link after the stream, to the Robin Hood, Southwest Robin Hood Kit Car Club page too. And by all means, join the page at least and investigate membership. I think it's just terrific. And the more we grow, the more we share, the better it is for all of us.
Yeah, what we did a live stream from Stoneleigh. There was some really interesting stuff there. We followed that up as well with stuff we wanted to look at, but we're now also streaming from like events as well. So if you do have a run out and you think, oh yeah, let's do a bit of a video,
absolutely,
we're happy to drop in on that,
because I said before, 7-Spot is not mark related at all. No. We're not about that at all. It's really the celebration of kit cars and sevens, and generally speaking. But also it's to breathe some life back into, excuse me for putting it this way, kit car ownership. And John, I think, would attest that guys in the shed have been on a bit of a decline over the last few years.
Definitely. I mean, in the UK, we used to have loads of major kit car shows.
Yeah.
We were down to 1, which was Stoneleigh, and I see Grosvenor are now putting on Newark, so that takes us up to 2.
Mm-hmm.
We've just gone a totally different route, and we're organising our own show at Santapod Kit Fest. It's still growing, but we do it on a not-for-profit basis, so it's cheap. It's just we're doing it so we can actually just get the mark. The movement out there. I think, Jim, as we always say, this is a movement, not a mark.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah,
and we're not bothered about what car you've got.
I don't care, and I don't even care which group you're with. To be candid, I it's all about celebration of and the enthusiasm
and being different
of the cars. Yeah,
and being different. Yeah, I mean, no, I will say it. I won't say which group. I've actually been banned from a certain group because I was advertising to be fair, with our videos, which did say Northwest Kit Car Owners Government. I was actually banned from the group, and I'm thinking, well, it's your loss. We are trying to promote kit car ownership. What do you want me to do? So,
I think that what you said about what you're going to be doing at KitFest is probably shows, I think, but if anybody is serious about putting some life back into kit car ownership is the fact that it's not mark driven at there. It's a big festival. It's a carnival style.
We've got our own. We've agreed with Santa Bob. We've got our own separate section set off. So, you know, there won't be mark-driven flags where you drive up to, or mark-driven pitches. Yeah. Just turn up, park to whatever.
And just have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know if John, you were at the you must have been at Stoney because you were doing live stream from there.
Yeah.
But I first went to Stoney. Someone asked when I was up there, and I had to scratch my head because it's a little bit of a while ago, and I think it was back about 1999 was the first one I went to.
Yeah.
And the scale of it, the market has changed, particularly on the accessory side, because we all, used to go with our list of parts, our bolts and the mirrors we wanted and the widgets and so on. Whereas now you just, 3 clicks on eBay and it's winging its way to you.
And
so that side of it.
Get it next day as well.
Exactly. Whereas you used to go, with a predetermined list, and that has obviously killed it from the accessory side.
One and all.
Definitely, because it's Stoney this year. There was hardly any trade stands.
Christmas Day.
I think COVID has had something to do with this, because part suppliers have now found a different way of getting to market. They don't need to come to shows, which is a shame.
So I just heard a touch from my right there as you've seen the main shot. My car suddenly turned 90 degrees. Yeah. But the thing that got me most about Stoney, that going back to when I first went there, was the lack of cars in the outdoor areas.
Yeah.
Whereas you used to go like the Dutton area. I looked at that. I think there was about 4 cars, and back in the day there'd be 20, 30, 40 at least. And the same with the big numbers. People like Quantum, obviously people like Road Car.
Yeah.
They were in single digit numbers, and I'm just thinking, where are all these cars gone? We know possibly a lot of the Duttons have been reinvented in a foreign country as something else. But where have all the Quantum area at Stoney used to be massive, and there's you still see them coming up for sale with whether it's the Fastback or the 2+2 or H4s. They're all out there, but you don't seem to get the numbers that 5 or 6 years ago we did.
Yeah, and I think static shows like that, don't get me wrong, there is a place for them, because I had a fantastic, don't get me wrong, I had a fantastic time at Stoney. But this is why we've organised Kit Fest. Well, it's not for profit, so we're not going to rip anybody. Well, I won't say rip anybody. We're not going to make any money out of it. But it's actually a live event. So if you want to take part, you can take your car down the drag strip.
Yeah, you can break your car.
You can break it. Yeah. Well, we've got several awards for that. So, I mean, coming back to kit car shows. I mean, I was 14, 15 years old. I was living in Walton-on-Thames down in Surrey. And they used to have a kit car show at Sandown, the race course.
Yes, they did. Yep.
Yeah. And we were kind of like mucking around, and we started some dry. There used to be a dry ski slope there, so we had a couple of little lessons, blah blah blah. But we found that actually you could sneak into Stoney through the back way. You'd go up to the ski area and then wind your way down and coming through a turnstile at the back. We used to go every year for free, and it was absolutely packed.
You're a hoodlum.
I remember. I mean, I'm old. I'm old enough to. I think it's Tornado sports cars and announcing their GT40.
Okay. Yeah.
That's how old I am. I'm sure. I think it's Tornado, but yeah. But I do remember that on the infield, you'd walk across the the horse racetrack. On the infield, it's just full of kit cars, and we haven't got that. I know a lot of it is weather dependent. It wasn't brilliant weather at Stoney, to be fair. But yeah, as you say, where have all these kit cars gone?
Yeah. Exactly. But hopefully, doing what we're doing here and what the good work you guys do, it might sort of jog people to dust off what's in the garage and get it out there again.
Yeah. We keep saying on our site as well, you either use it or you lose it. So, I did see some negative. To be fair, I did see some negative press about Stoneleigh, and people were saying, "Well, I'm not going to go again." And I think, well, if you don't go again, you'll lose it.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you know what I mean? You're just going to make the situation worse. Have a word with the promoters, which are Grosvenor, who actually they don't make any money out of that. Let's put it that way.
No.
You just look. Yeah, have a word with Grosvenor and come up with ideas as to how we can grow this. Don't just say, "Well, I'm not going to bother going again." You'll lose it, and then you won't have a show.
Well, if you don't go there, where are you going to go?
Yeah. And that really kind of summarizes where kit car development or home ownership, home builders is finding itself. You know, it's an ever shrinking kind of passion. I'd put it that way.
Yeah, I think I've seen exactly the same, because we do a lot of radar controlled flying, you know, planes and quadcopters and things like that. We have done for years, since I was 14, 15, 16, still do now. I've seen that go down a similar route where you could buy a cheap kit from the Far East for like 20 quid, radar control, all the stuff in, all ready to go.
Yeah.
You'd fly it, you'd break something, and then you put it away in a box. And then people, because you can't get spare parts for it, people are just so disinterested in it and just forget about it. And I think we don't want to go down that route with kit cars.
Well, and I guess this brings us full circle to where we started and where the discussion started. Is the whole thing with Robin Hood's it offered people an opportunity to go out to the shed and whack something together for what, $5,000 did you say in total, Trevor?
No, 3,000. 3,000 sterling.
Yeah, and could you imagine that in today's? You know, it just like, even if you doubled it, tripled it, it just like that wouldn't even be the cost of a bare bones kit.
Well, there's another little bit of my history which we'll have to talk about another time. Is when I had a little bit of a dive into being a kit car manufacturer.
Oh, right! I would love it. Love it.
Yeah, but we'll save. I'll dig out some pictures and I'll save you the story. We'll have that we'll have to do that separately, I think, because we'll take up another hour.
Yeah, well, we're into it for an hour and 7 now. So why don't we put a bow on it? And I'm going to put us all back into the picture here. Let's see if I can.
It's a lovely color that as well. I like the color.
Absolutely.
Well, the stainless is great. Again. It was, I think, the basic kit was mild steel, and I think you paid, memories doing me down here, I think you paid something like £225 to upgrade to the stainless. Now, you can't paint a car for £225.
No, exactly, yeah.
So, you know, you could do the same with the stainless steel chassis, but then there are lots of stories about people struggling to drill them and so on.
Yeah.
So that's why I went for a mild steel chassis and painted it. But the thing with it, going back to the sort of the kit cars, is that I learned, you know, we need to talk about my little adventure another time. But the thing I learned from that was that people wanted stuff quickly, and it's got worse as the years have gone on. And the thought of people spending 2 years in their garage to build something, which problem, and the biggest problem is MX-5s, Z3s, all the MGTFs. They are immensely affordable. You can buy them from like £1,000. Your local garage can fix it. It will keep you warm. It's not something that's going to have potentially reliability issues.
Yeah.
Why would you spend 5-8 times as much building something in your garage? And
it could cause you grief.
And it could cause you grief, and you're going to spend all that time in the garage doing it rather than using it. Which is
your
where
wife leave you, and then at the end you or in the middle of it you decide to put the hammer down and all the tools down, and your project goes to the island of lost toys,
and end up on eBay as an unfinished project due to changing circumstances.
Exactly.
And so, but what is coming out of that is these panel kits for the likes of Z3s, and you know, we've had them historically for Ferraris, for MR2s and so And I can see that being really the way forward for a lot of our industry. Is you've got the
what's the there's a Cobra one out there, isn't there? I can't remember.
Yeah, on the Z3.
On the Z3, that's it. Yeah, Cobra panel kit. I mean, it obviously looks shorter and not as wide, but from a distance, yeah, it looks okay.
I predicted that car, not trying to be big-headed, to one of the Kit Car magazine editors that I know, and I predicted that about 10 years ago, and he looked at me cross-eyed like, no, nobody will do that. And literally 2 years later, the Cobra with a K appeared. So I just thought it so lent itself to it. And for people that just want something a bit different, that's not going to take forever to build, that's where we're at, you know. For people to put the hours in that I did to build this, they are too few and far between now. And it's too easy to buy something which is very competent, you know, like a BMW Z3. You could walk around today and pick one up for £1,500, job done. So why would you spend probably in today's money 3 or 4 times that to build something that, you know, you put together in your shed and has got a roof like a pram and hasn't got a heater?
And you've got to have confidence. Part of that, though, have confidence in your own build skills as well.
But that gets back to what I'll bring it full circle. You know, the reason why we do things at 7-Spot the way we do is we're not brand or mark oriented. There's a lot of people who really are seriously
happy holidays to Brian James in New Zealand
on that particular mark.
Have a good one.
That's a nice way of putting it, Jim.
See you, you know, but it's elitism and whatever way you want to look at it. And not that the conversations can be downhill, but they are. And, you know, for folks like us who like to go out into the shed and, you know, actually build something.
Thanks for watching, Brian O'Grady.
My kids, you know, that was the reason for doing it. But there's a lot of people who would rather just buy it, you know, and pay for it.
We live in a society more with instant gratification now than we ever have done, and it's out there and available. So yeah.
I've also seen people where they bought a kit car, drove it for about a month. Thought, you'd see posts. Oh yeah, really enjoying it, and then
thanks for watching, Barry O'Grady,
and kit cars up for sale.
Holidays.
Whether they just got bored with it or couldn't justify it, and then you get a post about 2 months later. Oh, I really miss my kit car. I need to buy another one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. We've seen them inside the group. You know, they have the kit car that they really love, and then they're all out of favor with it, and they're into something you know, unique. And then after that, well, they miss it, and now they're on to a brand new kit car.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, when I took my boys out in hours, both of them independently both said, "Dad, never sell this car."
Yeah.
And I wouldn't. And if I did, I'd buy another one. I'd swap it for another one. But I've got no intention of selling it. Let's put it that way.
No. When I get planted, it just going into my it's going to my kids. That's just the way it's going to be.
Yeah.
All right. Well, are we getting around towards the end of this?
Yeah. I mean, you need a beer. So let's. So
well, I've got to thank. We haven't really seen much of his Jason.
Yeah, no, that's what I wanted to say. Jason Willicott, thank you so very much. And Trevor Rolfe, this has been absolutely fabulous. Thank you.
You'll have to post up details of that gimbal thing that you've got, because we're definitely going to be looking at one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can do that. Well, it was a bit frantic that you didn't. Not only did we have the sound problems, I didn't have a Jason, and he burst through the door as we were having our initial sound problems, because he's involved with some of our. He's involved with some of our Queen's Jubilee celebrations, and he was humping hay bales around, and he looked a bit like the UK people know, sort of like a Wurzel Gummidge, kind of all covered in straw. So it's all been a little. You could still see straw in his hair, you know. So it was all a little bit frantic, but we thought, no, we won't tell anybody. It's fine. We'll carry on.
Yeah.
Well, I kept saying in the messages that I can't do Thursday because I'll be at work. I totally clueless come bank holidays. I did not know it was a bank holiday, and I believe there's some kind of special event on because we're given one today.
Guys, we could go on forever, but Trevor, I really do want to follow up with you on your kit car adventure, your manufacturing adventure. That's going to be terrific. But for the moment, I'm just going to say thank you so very much.
No problem, guys. I hope somebody out there has enjoyed it.
All right.
Brilliant. Well, I certainly have, and yeah.
And I hope everybody at the Southwest Robin Hood Kit Car Club, who we're streaming to directly right now, too, and I hope they're enjoying it. So there we go.
Absolutely, yeah.
All
and Trevor and Jason, be seeing you.
Cheers, thanks, guys.
All right, cheers.
Yeah, thanks. Cheers. Hang on, I've got this.
From all of us here at 7 Spot, I want to wish you and yours a very fabulous Merry Christmas and have a wonderful 2024. Cheers.
Well, we're in.
Hi, guys. Welcome from a dark and damp UK. Shall we go over to a lovely sunny Tenerife first?
Well, why don't we introduce all the guests first? Isn't that the polite thing to do?
Yep. I'm John Minion from the UK, Northwest Kit Car Owners Club.
And you're the host of this show, are you not?
Hosting, exactly, from the UK, where... Well, I'll let you all introduce where you are and where we're streaming from, and it's ended up with you in Canada, Jim, isn't it? And then going out worldwide.
Yeah. Well, this is 7 Spot Jim, now to be rebranded as Gandalf the Magnificent because of the pandemic hair. Broadcasting to you from the palatial 7 Spot Studios in magnificent Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, where it's freezing bloody cold and ice and snow about the ground. But that's my bio. I'll just leave it at that. And I'll move over to Tony to tell you all about himself.
Hi there, friends and fellow owners. I'm originally English. I was born in England, but I left there when I was 21 years of age. I live here in southern Spain, in Andalusia. Outside there, outside there, the sun is shining. Yeah, it's all right. It's fine, really. I have my little Lotus down in the garage, about 400 or 500 meters away from here. That's a Lotus 7, a Series 3, which is a lot of fun to drive. But it's not here in the house, so I can't take you for a walk around.
Okay. Quentin?
Hi, everybody. Yeah, name is Quentin. I stay in Pretoria, South Africa, and yeah, currently summer here by us, so it's very nice weather. It's hot, and yeah, enjoying the summertime, enjoying my 7. I've only been driving the 7 now for, I'd say, the past 12 to 14 months. Prior to that, wasn't familiar with 7 at all, but yeah, I think the bug has bitten, and I think yeah, it's going to be difficult to picture myself without it.
Is there much of a following for 7s in South Africa? Are there many groups out there?
Yeah, no, we've got our Lotus 7 club here in South Africa. We've obviously got some other private clubs as well. So no, there is most definitely a following for 7s in South Africa. Most definitely is.
Okay, and any racing events or anything like that?
Yes, no. We've got the Lotus 7 Challenge, which is circuit racing, which also takes place on a few racetracks around South Africa. But the more familiar racetrack where a lot of the racing takes place is at Swartkops Raceway. If you go go onto YouTube and you put in Lotus 7 racing at Swartkops, you know, you'll find there's a few guys racing these 7s and enjoying it big time.
Excellent, yeah, because I think I know in the past the Lotus was actually banned from a lot of racing because they said it was too fast. If you look at the history of Lotus, yeah, he got himself banned from several race series.
And we got a star here, Greg Lucas.
Would you like to say hi?
Hi there, Greg.
My name is Greg. My name is Luca, but everyone call me Greg. I'm here in Tenerife, Canary Islands, 25 degrees.
The weather looks miserable.
Yeah. It's bad. Really, it's really bad.
You're making me feel really sad and jealous now.
And me too.
The weather is always like that, so it's quite boring.
You're making it worse for me.
Yeah, always the same temperature, the same sunshine. It's boring, the same island. So, but we enjoy with the cards, with sports, and with other things. So, this is my Caterham.
Good. Can I just jump in here, John, for a moment? Why don't we put Greg on full screen, and that way put him on solo layout. Now I'll do it for you from here, and that way he can show us everything about his. There we go. You're okay, Greg. You're on. Go for it.
Okay. I moved the. Do you want to see the car or not?
Absolutely.
Okay. No, because I got the big problems. I'm quite tall, and I got the cage, you know, I take 2 hours to go in. So I wanna just move a few meters. I wanna move a few meters away from the road, so there is less noisy.
Sounds nice.
Okay.
Noise, Greg.
Okay. No, now it's better for the sound. So I'm here in Tenerife. I'm from Italy, and this is the only one Caterham on Canary Island. Well, not Canary Island. In Tenerife for sure. Maybe there is one, another one in Gran Canaria, other islands, but in Tenerife for sure. It's the only one Caterham, but there are some Westfield or some other Super 7, but no one use on the road this kind of cars.
7 Spot.
I need to go out, so
very lovely Christmas
a moment.
or whatever else you're celebrating.
For sure.
And
it's complicated.
We will see you on the other side of 2023.
Mille grazie, Greg.
Thank you.
Very, very tastefully done, I thought.
What?
Well worth the effort.
Yeah, definitely.
But okay, this is
That
the
looks
cage.
great. Fantastic.
Can I turn? I don't know if I can. Well, I turn like that.
Sure.
So the car is a Super 7 Academy.
Mm-hmm.
Caterham Academy, yeah.
Academy, but the previous owner put a lot of road legal parts, so like the soft top and the screen, and they put the registration. So I still have the original registration on.
Wow.
The British
Nice.
registration.
Yeah.
The car, I bought the car 2 years ago, and luckily this car was almost perfect because I bought online. I never seen the car, so I bought the car online. And the owner was in Caterham, so I bought the car, the Caterham in Caterham.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
And well, it's a original color, it's a Gulf color from the factory, and it has a lot of extra, like more power, better suspension, and so on.
Yeah. Do you know what engine is in it?
1.6 liter Ford. It's a 2008, so it's a Sigma.
Engine. The Sigma engine, yeah. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
It sounds nice as well.
It does sound nice.
Yeah. It's if you want, I can turn on the. Oops, there is the. It's so small, this car for me.
Nice.
It sounds really incredible, and go fast. It's really nice to drive, especially on these roads. And I think it's too fast even for this road, because it's so light. and we don't have a circuit. We don't have a race circuit, so we have only open roads, and really sometimes it's scary because the roads are small and the car is small, but it's too fast, and you need to be very confident with the car to push at the limit. I think it's with this power is enough for this kind of roads.
Wow. Yeah. We're the same because we've got an R1 powered Beck MK Indy. You have to get your head in gear before you drive it. Do you know what I mean? Just leave extra braking distance, extra space, and really think about what you're going to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I ask a dumb question, Greg?
Yeah.
Perché 7?
Why the 7?
Yeah.
It's a long story. It's a longer story. It's not my first Caterham.
No?
No, it's not my first Caterham. I tell you that my first 7 was a Tiger, Super 6. The second was a Dax Rush V8.
Yes.
Another Dax Rush Turbo. I think
Rush Turbo. A Rush Turbo, that must be mental. It must have been mental.
Well, my Dax Rush Turbo had 330 horsepower. Was insane. Wow. Insane. I had the Dax Rush Blackbird with the back engine. And I had many Westfield. I was the Westfield importer for Italy.
Happy holidays.
I had the Birkin.
You know Birkin?
New Year. Yes, used a lot of trials cars as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I was the importer for Italy for Birkin.
Very nice.
And so I spent a lot of time with Super 7.
Yeah,
but the beginning of everything was Caterham, because when I was a child, the importer in Italy was my neighbor. So next to me, my neighbor was the importer in Italy and had a Caterham. So in my idea, there were no internet, there were nothing.
Just stuck in your mind. Yeah.
Yeah, what a strange car, never seen. No, so when you start to think about sports car, you always think about a Ferrari, the Testarossa, Lamborghini Countach, and Porsche. But I always liked the Caterham since I was young. So I try. I bought many Super 7. It's still a great car, amazing car. I own other cars. A Lotus Elise I got in house, but I changed many British cars. TVR, a lot of TVR, and Marcos, a Radical. I own
Marcos. I looked at Marcos years ago, but then they stopped making the kits.
That's right.
And we're only selling the cars, weren't they? I think.
Well, Marcos now is not more. It's not alive. But when I bought my Marcos, was the only one left in drive. Mantis supercharger with 500 horsepower.
Oh my God.
And
when you get your kit cars, you don't like so big.
Yeah. Was in 2000, I don't know, 2004, 2005, I can't remember, but more or less like that.
500 horsepower.
500, but was totally insane. It was impossible to drive because the chassis was not a good chassis. Not like a Nobel. I own different Nobels, M12, 3R, M400, and that is a nice car to drive. But the Mantis was ugly to drive. It's a nice car, but ugly to drive. It's not like Super 7. You don't feel like you don't feel the car like a glove. It looks like a big boat with big power. That's it.
Amazing. Wow.
Can we have a look under your bonnet, or can you not get the bonnet off? Is it too fiddly?
You want the bonnet off? Okay. Last time I opened the bonnet, it flew up.
Away.
It weighs 1 kilo.
Just make sure you fasten it when you put it back on. I know a couple of people have driven off with them not fastened. Is that aluminium bonnet? Yeah.
Yeah. The car is all aluminium. I tell you the truth. At the end, I think Caterham, I try all the Super 7, also Donkenford. I think a Caterham at the end is the best 7.
Yeah.
How they put the car together, how they take care of details. It doesn't care the power. Believe me, 150 is enough.
Yeah.
If you try, I don't know, R500, that's an insane car. But if you try a Westfield or Dax, they are not like a Caterham. The Caterham is really the perfect Super 7.
We looked at the Donkervoorts as well, but they're quite big cars, the Donkervoort, quite heavy as well.
I tell you, the Donkervoort is more touristic.
Yeah.
So it's a nice shape, but it's wider, longer, heavier. It's 800 kilos almost. And
Any
you feel.
Any idea what your weight is? We on our MK with an R1, we're down to about just under 490 kilos.
Yeah. No, I never try an MK. I never try an MK.
Yeah.
But they're quite light.
Weight of yours must be what, 500-ish?
What?
Kilos?
The Caterham?
Yeah.
The Caterham, I suppose, with the cage and everything is 550, 560.
Yeah.
Look, this engine this manifold and plastic manifold is not nice to see. It's not the best engine to see.
That still looks tidy, though.
I tell you, it looks good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you have a full body throttle, so you have a carburetor, it's much nicer than plastic. It's all plastic, yeah. I don't know. But there are the rules. It's 2008, so it's quite new. I just put a new battery on. Look, the weight says 860 kilos full.
Yeah.
By the way, I suppose it's a 500, less than 600.
Yes, yeah. So are there many? I guess there's not many clubs or groups where you are. Then you'll have to start your own one.
Yeah, I'm the president. I'm the administrator. I'm everything, because there are no people interested in Super 7. It's strange. There are nice cars. Nice roads, but here the people they are not interested in British cars like Lotus or other super light cars. They are interested in the Mercedes, Audi, and all this stuff.
Yeah,
I don't understand. It's the best place for British cars here, but no one is interested. It's strange.
Yeah.
And the roads there, are they suitable for driving a 7?
Sorry?
I was asking, the roads in Tenerife, are they suitable for driving a 7?
I think they are better than in Italy and England. I know England, but here the roads are perfect. They do the roads every 3 years.
Wow.
So I don't have problem with the 7, with the Lotus. There are some bumpers, some place where in the city or in the town center they put some ramps.
Yeah.
Like that, a small ramp. But all the time you don't have problems
You've got a fan here, Greg. Fausto says hi, Greg.
Message just popped up from Fausto. Yeah, hi, Greg.
That's me doing that in the background. I'm your studio assistant today.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Jim.
You're welcome. It's all free. Also,
if you wanna come, you are invited.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Fantastic. I'll be there next week. Anyway, here we got someone on. Must be someone on Facebook, but probably on the 7 Spot channel that is saying, no, I don't want winter vacation. Anyway, we have winter holidays on this side of the pond because I guess it's cold and miserable wherever that person is, just like it is for us. I'm just going through to another one, if you don't mind, John.
Carry on.
Yeah, all right. Someone says, "Hi, Jim. Happy New Year from Ireland." Ooh, I like that. I think I got a good idea who that might be. We're going to see that person soon in another show. You have to stay tuned. And then also another Facebook user is saying they haven't identified themselves, but that's fine. And they love your
we've got another call coming in, guys.
Thanks.
Put that on hold.
Okay, got that out of the way. What a beautiful car.
See now.
It's a lovely colour. I like that. I do like that colour.
Brian.
That spray paint, yeah. It's not gel coat. It's sprayed.
Hi there, Brian. Just hang on a sec. Hang on a sec,
I was
Brian.
lucky because when I
about
saw
to
the
put you
car
in.
on
I
internet,
have
I
to
say,
close
wow,
the other window.
this is a really good combination, color combination. I suppose the color was a custom color made,
Guys, I'm going to pause this because
owner.
we've got someone calling in. It's very, very, very important. So we're going to interrupt this stream for just a moment. Stop sharing. Stop that screen, and we're going to bring in a caller. Hello, Brian. How are you today? Hello, Brian. How are you? Brian, I'm going to call you back because we have a technical difficulty. One moment. I am going to call Brian James. I'm going to have a video call with Brian. Hang in there, folks. Hello, Brian. I can see that you haven't. I'm going to make just an audio call, Brian, because we have a technical difficulty connecting. Oh, wait a sec. We got something coming on in the background. I'm just going to make an audio call, Brian. This will just as well. Do hang in there, folks. Technical difficulties lie in the network. Greetings, Brian. How are you today? Are you with us, Brian? Well, we're having a bit of a technical issue here. First time today. I'm going to cancel that. And I'm going to go over to Facebook. Going to call Brian James one more time. See if they work. Hello, Brian. How are you? I cannot hear you, but I'm going to bring you in. Here. That just doesn't seem to be bringing us into the stream here, and I apologize for the crappy show. The technical issues are lying with this particular idiot right here. I'm trying to get it resolved. 1 second. I'm going to bring in the screen, and we're going to try this one more time. Do we have a connection here, Brian? Can you say hi? Well, that's just not the best. I'm going to do it another way. Going to leave that, and we'll do it this way. What I'm going to do is I'm going to invite a guest. Hang with us, folks. We will get this done.
Invite. Here we go. Copy. I'm going to send that to. We're going to try it again. Brian, are you with us? Hello, Brian. I can't hear you. Got nothing. I apologize, Brian. I just sent you a link on a StreamYard link. Why don't you just click it? That'll work for sure. We have a little difficulty using that. Apologize. I do apologize. And we'll send a link again. Invite. Copy. Here we go. Yeah. Well, what day is it? What day is it? Happy day after, isn't it?
No. How's that?
That's great. I don't know what happened previously, but we lost you somehow. So is this the day after Christmas for you? No, you can't hear me.
Vaguely.
I'm going to turn... I can't turn your volume up.
I've got my speakers turned right up. Hang on a sec.
Well, I'll see if I can turn my gain up.
And I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No, I can't.
Oh well.
Can you hear me?
I hear you fine. The purpose of this, Brian, was to say season's greetings.
Difficult.
I'm going to leave that, and I'm going to say seasons.
Hang on, I'll just try something.
So I just sent him a secret message saying, say secret season's greetings, folks.
Okay, try that.
That sounds great.
No, I just thought I'd connect it to my Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah.
But that's not working.
Well.
So you can hear me, I can't hear you.
Say season's greetings.
So I guess we'll just...
Here we go. Say seasons.
That sounds like a plan.
All right, go for it.
Okay, I'll go on 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1. Hey guys, season's greetings from DB Automotive. I'm wishing you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And get out there and have fun.
That's perfect, my friend. You can't hear me, but I will say the same to you and all the best. We look forward to seeing you in 2024.
I can't hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Here it comes. In 2024. There we go. There we go.
Okay, we'll do it again and see you. Let me just put you on the tripod. Just bear with me for a second.
We're doing this by Braille, folks. I've just typed, Brian, that we wish him all the best for season's greetings, and we'll see you in 2024. And he's going to say a few words.
Does the sound quality still okay?
Perfect.
Okay, so if I get the chevron in the background.
Perfect.
Oh, there we go. So, in 3, 2, 1. Hi guys, Brian James from DB Automotive, wishing you the very, very best for Merry Christmas and a happy new year, and we'll be seeing you in 2024 for more updates and better content. No, that was rubbish.
We're doing this by Braille. I have to type him the messages and he responds verbally. This is great. I just said thanks, Brian. Brian, you are the best.
I thought that was a little bit, but if you liked it, I'm good with it.
Yeah.
And I really need to get the speaker thing sorted out. I really do.
No worries. All the best to you, Brian.
A little bit difficult.
Yeah, no problem.
I guess that's like why last time I had the headphones on when we did this.
Yeah, we'll get it sorted. All right, cheers.
Cool. Okay, I'll let you get back to it because I've got family.
All right.
Waiting for me.
All right. Cheers.
And I'll catch you in the New Year's as well.
All right.
We've
Bye
got
for
a
now.
lot of interesting updates coming.
Yes, you do. All right. Cheers.
Okay, buddy. Take it easy.
You bet. Bye now. Always an adventure. Always an adventure. Thanks, guys, for being with us. And Brian, thanks for phoning in from New Zealand with his fabulous Chevron. And he's got some stuff that he's doing over at DB Automotive that is going to blow your mind. I mean, not only has he got this Chevron that is nearly finished, but he's got a transport vehicle that he will be working on. And that's going to be just the best of the best. It's going to be great. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. So let's see if we can get back to where we were. I think we were in Tenerife a moment ago. And let's see if we can find out our winter vacation. Yeah, so back to winter vacation.
I discovered was an original color. So the owner requested directly at the factory. So this is the original paint from the factory, and well, it's was an extra cost, but is the car is totally original.
Wow,
from the factory.
Very nice, yeah.
So quite unusual color from the factory. Usually, you know, the people they like a golf color, but they made after they buy the car, they change the color. But this one was really from the factory. And very important, and that is surprised me. And they say, okay, I'm gonna buy. This is an anniversary edition. It's 50 years old anniversary.
Wow.
So
nice.
It's a 2007 model, but was registered in 2008.
Nice.
That little subtle detail with the 50, I never knew that.
About the
anniversary one, yeah.
Che bella macchina.
Gracias. Thank you. By the way, well, this is a UK specification. It's not a European specification car, because you know there are the difference. European specification has different things about the UK version, but this is a full UK version. Well, it's right and drive, but has specific details about like the injection system. That is the ECU is different between for the homologation, you know, between the UK and Europe, but this one is a full UK spec.
Wow.
And what I can say, well, it's a race car. This is a race car. I got everything. If you see, there are fire extinguisher here.
Oh, you got the, yep.
We have a fire extinguisher. We have in this part we have the braking balance, so you can shift from the front to the rear, the balance of the brake.
Nice. Bias system,
yeah. Well, you have the lights, for the rain. So this car was built for racing, and from since the factory. So I got the invoice. The car was bought already with the intention to put also on the road. So the first owner.
Well, that was an adventure at 7 Spot. We do want to thank Brian James for phoning in from New Zealand.
I don't have the soft.
It's no longer Christmas there, I think. I think it's now Boxing Day or whatever they call it.
I don't
want to say thanks.
But this
and
car,
looking forward to
this
following
car's
your
race,
adventures,
I think a
Brian.
4 or
Thanks so much
5
for calling in.
race, something like that, and later was used on the road. So is really a racing car with the plates, actually.
Wow. Mille grazie a te.
So well, it's something unusual. You cannot see all the Caterham like in that specification because it's quite extreme. You have the roll bar, and I tell you, I bought with the roll bar, but that is not the more nice things to use every day or often, because to go outside is quite difficult.
Yeah, we on our car we just got the single hoop at the back, but we have thought about putting a roll cage on just purely for safety, really.
Yeah, there is also the sidebar. There are a sidebar here, you can see, and well, the switch off,
the electrical
external.
Yeah,
but I think I'm gonna put a roll bar, a normal road roll bar, because it's much softer to use. Really, it's really difficult.
Yeah.
Well, not for if you need to go with some other people, they don't wanna go inside. It's too complicated. I got also a removable wheel.
Yeah.
4-point seatbelt, super light seats. Well, I think it's complete. It's nice car. I don't use often. At the end, I don't use too much.
As you say, it's definitely built as a race car with all those little details on the battery cut off and your brake bias and your extinguisher and stuff like that. So yeah, as you say, it's going to be lively on the road.
No, when you are inside, it's wonderful to drive. But it's not a road. It's not a car that you do a lot of road. So you take a tour of 100 kilometers, not much.
Quick blast outs. Yeah.
And it's a car that, well, at this temperature, is good if you drive fast. But when there is a lot of sun, the car is hot. It became really microwave.
You're building up an excuse now for when you get pulled over for driving fast.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys, you and I, John, are in the frozen north, and we've got Tony in Spain, and it's probably 30 degrees outside, and Quentin in South Africa, and it absolutely is 30 degrees outside, I'm sure of it. And then Greg in the Canary Islands.
After this, I'm going to go and turn my heating up.
No kidding, me too. You can probably hear the furnace going in the background.
7-8 years ago, I wanted to move from Italy. I said, where I go to live? One of the choice was UK. But
you came to your senses.
That's made me feel a whole lot happier.
It's a wonderful country. I like the green. I like the countryside. But the problem is like all the north country during the winter is impossible. It's impossible. So I decided for less grass. You see, no grass, but better temperature. That's it.
Another Facebook user is subjectively called your base color on the Caterham pajamas blue. I don't know, maybe they've been watching too many of my videos, because that's basically how I do my live streams, in my pajamas. So anyway, John, I mean, we've been on here for 28 minutes with Greg, Is there any possibility that we could maybe have a look at what's going on in South Africa?
Yeah, sure.
So are you going to do the solo thing where Quentin, or do you want me to?
I can put Quentin in, I think. Oh, hang on. Sorry.
There we go. I'll help you out. Just on the little panel where it says Quentin on the left-hand side. Ah, you did it all by yourself. You're magnificent. Quentin, how are you? Hoe gaan dit met you?
Yes, listen to that beautiful Afrikaans. No, it's going marvelous, fantastic. Dit gaan baie goed hier met ons in Suid-Afrika. Fantastic. I like it. I like it.
Please don't show me the weather. Please don't show me the weather.
Well, just because you asked me not to, I'm going to. So if you wanna see the weather, let me show you. The sunset. So just look at that.
Yeah. Now, what time is it in Pretoria? May I ask?
It's currently 6:30 in the afternoon.
And lovely weather.
Fantastic weather.
Looks miserable.
Fantastic weather.
So do you have you've got I'm going to jump in here, John, because I know a little bit about Quentin's story. Quentin, you are the nephew of the owner of the manufacturer of Millennium 7. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is my uncle, yes.
Yeah, and now I have tried through you to ask your uncle if he'd like to come and do a live stream. He's very old school, isn't he?
Yeah, he's one of those old school. In the morning when he gets up, he goes to work and he works till late at night, and he goes to bed, and the next morning he goes to work again. I mean, that's how he operates.
Yeah. Now, this is me jumping in here again because this is a replica, and we just had doing a Caterham walk around, which is the real deal, right? But when we're talking about replicas, I have to tell you that with the Millennium, it is probably the least replica looking 7 or 7 type vehicle that I have ever seen. Could you rotate your camera around just so we can take a peek?
I must admit, the name to me was new as well, so I'm dying to have a look at it.
Obviously, I mean, this whole live stream on this particular platform is new to me. So I just want to confirm I have to turn my phone around. There's no ways where I can.
You can just turn it around. That works all for us. Believe me, one of the best things in life is learning how to fail. So
okay, I'm gonna turn it around, and
look at that. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that's its shot. That's fine. Perfect.
That is the money shot. Look at that. That is the least 7 replica looking 7 I have ever seen. It is totally unique.
See those headlights?
Yeah.
Well, what engine?
It's got a 4 2-liter Duratec motor, normal aspirated. The plans are to maybe in future maybe go the turbocharged route, but as it stands now with the power to weight ratio, I don't even think a turbocharger is necessary.
It's gorgeous. And you were kind enough to send me a bunch of photographs, and one of the places I found you on Facebook was in a location in Australia. Now, Millennium 7 has an outlet there as well. And I was looking at their page and looking at their lineup of cars, and I said, I think that's Quentin's car. How did Quentin's car get to Australia?
Okay, so currently Millennium 7, in terms of manufacturing numbers in South Africa, close to about 40 cars have been built, of which one have found its way to Australia. So we've got the one in Australia, and then obviously the balance of the Millennium 7s are currently running in South Africa. Yes.
Yeah. Cool. Just love it. Just love it. Is there any chance we can take a peek at the interior of the?
Yeah, I mean, I will try and take you around the vehicle, and you can see for yourself. So again, like I've mentioned, I've only owned a 7 now for the past 12 to 14 months, I would say. Prior to the 7, I was a I hope I'm allowed to say it on this live stream, but I used to be a Datsun collector. So I had a very nice Triple S, which I've had for many years. Very, very, very unique model. I think overseas it's known as the 710. So that particular car of mine, I've exported to the UK. I've sold it to a motorsport company in the UK, and obviously, being a petrol head, I had to find something to drive. I mean, it's just I had to find something.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget the one particular day when I took a drive through to my uncle just to go and say, "How's it?" I said, "Well, look, I've sold the Datsun. The Datsun, I've exported it." And immediately, I think he should have gone into sales as well. I mean, the first thing he said is, "I've got the car for you." And the minute I saw it, the car stole my heart. So yeah, I'll take you around it, and you can see for yourself. So
I can see it in your eyes, Quentin.
Yeah, so very much so. So starting, just trying to get this thing in here. So we're running 6-spot Vori calipers in the front. And we run 6-spot.
Look at that cycle wing. Tell us about that.
About that?
Yeah, I mean, look at this. It's very unique how it's connected to the hub.
That is correct. So basically, what they refer to it. I'm obviously just getting the terminology right here. They call it a wheel pant design. Okay. So my uncle, also being an aircraft engineer, that's basically what they use in aircraft technology. So it's a very unique design, and a lot of the components on this vehicle is all custom built and manufactured in-house. Like, for example, the hubs are manufactured by Millennium 7. The shocks are manufactured by Millennium 7 front and rear. The steering racks manufactured by Millennium 7.
Wow.
All the carbon bits and pieces is manufactured by Millennium 7. The chassis, everything's built in-house. So let me just there where I've started. So so there's your front brake. Then obviously going around in there.
Wow, keep the weight down on those front wing stays.
So moving around the car. I hope I've got it all in here.
Yeah, that's fine. You're fine.
You're doing fine.
So exhaust. I've just recently changed the exhaust to come out on the side over here. The rear brakes, like I've mentioned, it's a 4-pot caliper that we're running at the back.
And stopping power that has.
No, most definitely. I mean, you need brakes. So interior wise, that's what you can expect. And then also,
that is so tidy. Look at that.
Yeah, the seats are also manufactured. The actual mold of the seats are also manufactured in-house. And this is actually the only Millennium 7 that's got this wing that's mounted on top of the roll cage. Now, initially when I bought the car, there was a lot of debate. Am I gonna, keep the wing on, or if I'm just gonna take the wing off? But there's also a bigger story to this wing where provision has been made over here on this section here, where one at a later stage can actually close the roof. And when we've got a bit of rain here in South Africa, not like me once driving this vehicle, and all of a sudden I drove into a freaking storm, and that was fun, I tell you. That was fun. So
we've all been there.
So at the back also, Millennium 7, just a little bit of attention to detail over there, and then this section we can actually take off, and got a bit of a storage compartment over there. And this, anyway. Can put a little camp chair in there, and and then I think obviously I don't know if you guys want to see the engine.
We have to see the engine. It's obligatory. You may have to put the phone down for a moment, but we'll fill the air while you lift off. Actually, you can raise the. Yours is one piece, isn't it? Watch this, guys. This is fabulous.
Yeah, flip top bonnet.
Yeah, the pedal box also, I forgot to mention that the pedal box is also manufactured in-house. So it's not something that was purchased, it's something that was manufactured all in-house. And then engine, that is what you can look at.
Again, like Greg's very tidy engine bay.
No kidding.
Yeah,
that's very tidy.
So I'll just walk around to the other side.
Thanks for being with us.
Something also quite interesting.
All the best to you, and all the best.
Something also quite interesting about the Millennium. I mean, the project has been, I won't say the project, but the whole Millennium 7 it's been running for the past about 20 years here in South Africa. So on the technical side, what I do know about the vehicle is obviously it's a 2-liter Duratec motor mated to a T9 5-speed manual gearbox. We're using a E36 BMW differential. By the way, this one's also got a limited slip diff. So it's got a short gear ratio. It's got a 4-4 ratio, so it's very short, but it's nice for acceleration. I think 4-1 would have been a bit better, but with the 4-4 diff ratio is quite it's quite fun to drive, I must say.
Yeah,
and also
on our car we've got a very highly geared diff as well. Tops out about 120 on a good day. So that you're probably max top speed is probably about the same, I would have thought.
Yeah, roughly about, roughly.
It's good for acceleration though, as you say.
Very good for acceleration. And then I can mention I have also had a bit of a chat to my uncle earlier today, and I know behind closed doors they're very excited about the if I can call it facelift Millennium 7 that's coming. So they're busy with a complete new, well, I won't say complete new design.
I've seen a couple of pictures. It's awesome.
But there's most definitely going to be some very nice bits and pieces like wishbones. All of that's going to be all billet manufactured in-house. So exciting things to come. And something also just worthwhile to mention is the Millennium 7, the first time I drove it, in terms of stability and road holding, it is phenomenal. And the reason for that being is in the early stages when this car was designed and developed, my uncle is also quite good friends with a Formula One mechanical engineer. So there's also been a little bit of F1 mechanical engineering input into the design of this car as well. So like I say, I'm enjoying it, and I can't see myself without it. And by the way, you guys made mention of a 500 horsepower vehicle earlier. I can actually, John or Jim, I can send you pics. You must see they've actually built a Millennium 7 with a 13B turbo rotary engine. In a Millennium 7 that pushed out 900 horses. So,
oh my God in heaven!
I actually could have bought that vehicle as well, but me and my wife took it for a drive, and I pulled off, obviously full racing clutch, all the nice bells and whistles, like I said, proper monster. And I pulled off. I think I stalled it like 2 or 3 times, because if you drop the clutch too quickly, I mean the thing just wants to freaking wheel spin. So eventually, when I got it right, pulled off first gear, went second gear, and I've driven fast cars, and I just squeezed the accelerator gently, and the minute that turbo started to spool up, my wife just grabbed my leg and she said, "Listen, no." So this vehicle, like I say, much more fun to drive. She can actually drive it as well. She has driven the vehicle on occasion, and it's just a stunning car.
The most fun you can have, right?
Most definitely.
You'll definitely have to send us some pictures of that, but not when it's through a hedge.
Oh, guys, this is the best. This is truly the best show ever. Just amazing. Quentin, thank you so much. Amazing.
And thank you very much. I really appreciate the invite. And also Greg Caterham, stunning looking car. I love the color. Yeah, it's the we also, I mean, we make mention it's the golf color. It's that orange with a blue. It's a very striking color scheme. Beautiful car, and yeah, I'm also happy to hear that you're also enjoying your 7 like I'm enjoying mine.
Well, we're going to have to do much more of this, Quentin. I mean, if you can convince your uncle somehow, you know, give him a bottle of brandy, or I'll send him a bottle of brandy.
He doesn't drink.
Well, neither do I, but I'd be happy to send. He could distribute it amongst the family. If he would let us walk around his shop, we would drool. I know we would drool.
No, I will.
And it would be really good for him too, I think.
I must say, when the name Millennium came up, I hadn't heard of it. I mean, it looks a stunning car. I mean, is there a website we can go to get more details?
At this stage, unfortunately, not. There is a website that's on the, that's got a domain, but that's a very old website. So yeah, I would say the best would be is if you want more information. I mean, you can talk to me. I can hook you up with my uncle, give you his email address, like I've given his info to Jim as well. And yeah, like I say, with the new millennium, he also said at this point in time he's also looking to see if he can get an agent in the States, because his plans are also to try and see if he can get a new millennium
there'll be
into the
people
States.
lined up. They would line up for that car. They would absolutely line up for it. I will say this, John, if you're interested, the Facebook has a page. Greetings world and greetings 7 Spot. Once again, 7 Spot. I'm wishing you all the best for this holiday season, and I want to wish everyone all the best for 2024. And we've been on for almost 4 hours, and I think we're probably going to put a bow on it and leave that for today, and we'll just see what comes up in the future. So with that, I'm just going to let this video wind its way down, and we look forward to seeing you at 7 Spot. Quentin's in South Africa, and Greg's in the Canary Islands. I mean, what a great show.
And
guys, thank you.
This is streaming all across the world as well.
Yeah, no kidding. Guys, I'm stealing your microphone a little bit, but I do want, the reason why we've got John, myself, and Tony in here is I do want to say something. Now, it's really about what we're doing, and with West Kit Car Owners Group. The reason why John is involved is because he's helping to be a host, and he's going to be able to create all kinds of stuff that you're doing in the kit car scene and bring that to us, but it's also for your group. That's really, I've always said, it's never about me. It's about you and the whole 7 movement. And the reason Tony is in that picture on the right-hand side is Tony, and I'm going to ask Tony to just introduce himself, but he's going to be a guest host coming in the future. So Tony, would you like to say a few words about yourself and I guess you're 7, and maybe we'll just have a quick conversation about your show that'll be coming up.
I didn't know that I had a show coming up.
Oh, you will.
We will have to do it with the phone, because then we can actually go to my car and walk around my car. Yeah. Because it was constructed in Argentina with a Lotus license. So there were 47 of them were built.
Yeah, I've got a very early video of it was just a very small clip of the Argentina Lotus production. I'll stick it up on 7 Spot, and then I'll see. You might have seen it.
I possibly have, but I maybe haven't.
He may have been in it.
Well, my car has been featured in the Historic Lotus Register.
Yeah.
Just because the South American 7s were also featured, because people didn't really know that they existed. They didn't know that they were genuine Lotus cars. And nor did I. When I first saw it, I didn't know that it was a genuine Lotus. It looked like a 7. It is a 7. There are only 2 of them in Europe. One's in France, and that's the one with a twin cam engine. Mine has got the overhead valve with a downdraft carburetor, but a cross-flow head, and it makes a lot of noise and it goes quite quickly.
Don't all 7s.
Yes, I guess so.
And he's a brave soul, one of the old school guys without a roll bar.
No roll bar. No. My first 7 that I owned when I was a lad, back in the day of 1967, I suppose it was, they didn't even have seatbelts. It just was not part of the specification.
Really?
So there was no roll bars, no seatbelts.
Yeah.
And you just drove it.
That's when racers had balls, I would have to say.
Yeah, well, on the English roads. The English roads, it was... But you're 21 years of age and you don't care.
Yeah.
You know? So that
I'm
was,
72 and I don't care.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So I had this original 7 when I was a lad, and then when I went traveling the world, I sold the Lotus as part of getting rid of stuff so that I could go traveling. And well, I think we've done a show on this, Jim, haven't we? Where how I met my car, or how my car met me, which would be. But so I don't think we need to go into it too much here now. We can do another show, but
we can certainly do that. And if you don't mind me just jumping in, there was another thing you had mentioned in that particular show is you thought it would be a good idea if we took or if you perhaps could visit the odd place or 2 that you have come into in your wonderful drives in Spain, and do a live stream potentially that way. And
sounds excellent.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I suggested maybe we can do the diners and drives sort of theme for what you're planning to do. But we'll work on that. And I know that I set you up to meet another gentleman in Spain electronically, who's in Barcelona, who used to be the distributor of Westfield in Bogota, Colombia. So I'm thinking we've got a nice documentary.
He's going to be a character, isn't he?
Yeah, I guess he probably will. Hopefully he's watching, and we'll be able to put together a show. And I don't think it'll be a live show, but we'll put together a recorded documentary so we can tell the tales of the 7 movement in South America.
Yes, that'll be interesting. Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you bring us all in together again, John, so we can say hi and goodbye.
Hi and goodbye. It's been a pleasure listening to you, both Greg and Quinton.
Yeah, thank you so very much. Yeah,
thank you to everyone.
I can't say enough.
And looking at your cars.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
thanks.
They're all 7s. They're all 7s, but there's such a fantastic difference between all the different 7s that there are.
Yeah.
And, it all started from Mr. Chapman in 1957, just scribbling some ideas down on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And it just won't die. It just won't die. Because they're all such fantastic cars. This is the thing. And anybody that's driven one knows that.
Yeah.
Knows that because you only got to drive one and you instantly know what.
Well, did you see Quinton's eyes when he talked to he first introduced her? His eyes just grew.
It just lit up. Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna say thank you so much. It's been great, and we're just scratching. This is the part of the iceberg that lives above the water. We're beginning to do so much more. We've got 10 hosts now, and I've got another 4 seats available for more seats around the world for more hosts.
And as we are going through the process of training, John is now taking the reins. And look at a wonderful job you did, John. Say thank you so much. And, and we've got more training. I'm going to be a busy guy training people all over the world.
I must say, distance-wise, this is probably one of the furthest we've streamed. If you look at the distances involved, and it all going back to Canada.
Well, I haven't added it up, but it's right up there for sure.
Anyway, it's been great talking to you guys. I'm going to go and put my heating on.
Yeah, and I'm going to say thanks a bunch, guys, and we'll see you at 7 Spot.
I'll see you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Thank
I go
you.
to the beach.
Grazie
Yeah,
lei. Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Well, thank you, guys. Thank you all. It's been absolutely wonderful sharing this Christmas day with you. What can I say? It was completely impromptu is the word. There was no planning. I've got a playlist and I was just going to play it and people just started to pop up. And so I thought, well, I guess I'm here. I guess I'm going to have to acknowledge that you had the courtesy to sign up and say hi. And then people for phoning in. Great stuff. Thank you so very much. Have a great Christmas. Have a wonderful holiday season. And we will see you at 7 Spot.